Besties! Hi, besties, we missed you! All right.
One of us is a clone now, but you have to guess.
You have to guess.
Our physical forms, not our characters.
Not our characters, just our physical forms. Welcome on in, y'all. If you're in here, hi, hello. This is Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer D&D5, the actual play show and podcast. We were missing last week. If you missed us, sorry, but we're back. We're here to delve into the sauce and hang out. A few things right at the top. If you have an RT that going live tweet over on the Death2Divinity Twitter, that is a free and easy way to support the show. Secondly, if you're not hosting the stream, that is another free and easy way to support the show. We are sponsored by Die Hard Dice, so there will be a giveaway during our break. So stick around for that. Lastly, the tip bar is active. You can see it in Katie May's camera frame. The tip bar is active. We are working on PallyGG again. If you hit $250, a chaos event will happen, which if you came and listened to Mysteries Behind Divinity, you already know what that chaos thing is. So congratulations to you.
Do they?
Yeah.
You said it during MBD, the last MBD. Do you remember what it is?
I know what it is.
I don't either.
Hawkmongrass Guildhall is what I'll tell you, and see if you remember.
Oh, yeah. I thought I was gonna give that to him for free.
No, you said Chaos Bar, but you were more than welcome to give that to them for free.
No, they gotta earn that. You're right.
A few things about.
You're right.
A few things about Death2Divinity streams. The Chaos Bar is how you can tip or reward our lovely cast and also our wonderful GM. If you would like to tip the mods during our sessions, there are a few ways to do that. One, you can tip them via their own PallyGG link, or subs and bit revenue from these streams go directly to the mods, because the mods work really hard to ensure that this is a safe and fun place for all of us. So hype for the mods in chat, honestly. But yeah, I think it's time for us to go around, say hi to everyone. It's been a minute. So I will go first because this is my channel and that's how things work here. So hello, hi, it me. I am your local chaotic bisexual. My name is Jude. My pronouns are they, them. I play Adriel Holotide, who is a Aasimar Twilight cleric. She is a baby and I love her very much. And I'm going to pass it to Sam.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sam. My pronouns are she, they. I am playing Brine, whose pronouns are she, her. She's a assassin, smuggler, halfling, and I love her to death. I'm going to pass it over to Kita.
Hello, I'm Kita. My pronouns are she, her, and I play Winona, whose pronouns are also she, her. And Winona is a half-elf barbarian. And I'm going to pass it to Lyrica.
Hi, my name's Lyrica and my pronouns are she, they, and I play Current, whose pronouns are also she, they, and she is a Hurricane Genasi druid. And Cam?
Hi! Has anyone else, wait, is everyone else gone?
No, we're missing Molly.
No.
I can be
Molly.
secret.
No.
Molly!
Shh! Don't tell anyone, but I'm Molly, and I play Gideon.
That's Molly.
Their pronouns are she, they, and I'm a tiefling wild magic sorcerer, but that's just between us. Katie May, you go.
Hi, I'm Katie May. I'm also known as KM the DM, also known as Daddy May. I'm gonna be your dungeon master for this evening. I've got some lovely things planned for you. I use they, she pronouns. And I hope you're buckled in. I already see some of those sweet, sweet contributions coming in, and I can see them in chat now, which is so nice. So thanks, Gamer Ghoul and Amelia, for contributing to the chaos already. We're gonna get some more going, I think, before this day ends. I'm gonna pass it to you, Jude.
Hello. We are going to do our lovely little 15-second recap game in just a second. But before we do, there are a few things I want to talk about. So we are very close to 100 patrons on Patreon, which is wild. So thank you so much for all of your love and support. $3 a month gets you bonus content like fics and playlists and all of our slop nonsense that we do in the Discord. Discord, which is a lot. All of our ship thoughts, etc., etc., etc. So if you want basically like the unfiltered version of like how we're building characters behind the scenes, the Patreon is a wonderful and fantastic place to be. There's also a rumor that you have 2 love letters coming out this weekend, one from Current and one from Brine. Current's will be going up tomorrow, and Brine's will be going up either Sunday or at the beginning of this upcoming week. So if you want love letters from PCs, Patreon is the place to get them. There is also a fall postcard going out for $10 tiers, I believe, toward the middle of October. So be on the lookout for that. And I think that's all of the Patreon news. But before we jump into our little mini game, the last thing I want to talk about really quick is podcast stuff. So episode 5 will be getting released in the next like week and a half. As I truck through the edits, I'm a very slow editor. Thank you for being with me. All of that being said, if you have not reviewed our podcast on Apple Podcasts, it is another free and easy way to support the show. Apple Podcasts and reviewing on Apple Podcasts gives us a tangible thing to give to sponsors to be like, hey, people really like what we're doing on this show. Give us your money, which is very important for a show like ours that is not backed by any like company or media company or any like huge sponsors, things like that. So those are free and easy ways to support the stream and support the show. Lastly, if you post anything on social media, please use the hashtag Death2Divinity so that we can see it and cry over it, but so that also I can screen cap it and put it in our press kit. They're very important for me to show companies why our show is important.
My tears are most important. My gay little tears are most important.
That's true, but money is also important so that you can keep crying your gay little tears.
Okay, capitalist.
Okay, I'm sorry that we live in a capitalist society and that I want us to all live comfortably. Wow, I'm so sorry.
Wow, living comfortably, me?
Yeah.
I can do that one day.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do.
Thanks, patrons.
Sounds fake.
That's what I'm trying to do. Is get us all live comfortably. That's the dream. And also just having us keep telling stories for all of you. So, which is always the greatest joy for us personally. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing space with us. Again, if you have an RT, the Going Live tweet or hosted the stream, 2 free and easy ways to support the show. And with that, I think it is time for our little game. So I'm going to cut the music because this is a serious time. And we're going to...
Yeah, get real.
Get real. Get rid of the music. Who won last time? Besties?
Good question.
Was it Winona?
It was Kita.
Kita, who's going first this week, lovely?
Sam.
All right.
Good choice. Good choice.
Time Daddy, let us know when you are ready with your clock. Yeah.
You ready, Time Daddy?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Time Daddy is prepared.
Everyone back at you.
All right.
Okay.
Sam, are you ready? You're gonna recap the events of last week for inspiration in
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
There was a cake, there were drinks. Gideon and Brian fought a really hot snake lady assassin. We have been summoned to go meet with Sinpira. Misha / Julian has been revealed, and then there was a lot of Brian flirting with her ex.
Perfect. Who's going next?
Jude.
Me? All right, cool.
I don't know why that took me so long. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Time Daddy, I am ready for you in 3, 2, 1. Last week there was a cake. Winona and Current ate it all. Adriel fought with Gideon, and then also they fought, Gideon and Brian fought a really hot snake lady. Adriel cured Brian of poison. Brian and Ystera are hot exes. But yeah. Kita.
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Brian's daddy is wanted and we met her weird cousin. And then Gideon met some people at the bar that they probably shouldn't have spoken to. And then Brian and X things.
Perfect.
You heard it here first, folks. Brian's daddy is wanted.
Who's going, Kita? Who's going, Sweet Bean? Lyrica. 15 seconds on the clock to fight for your right for inspiration.
Are you ready? You can center yourself. You can take a moment.
It's not gonna work. Okay, it's okay. Just.
Alright. 3,
Oh,
go.
oh god. We find out about Brian's dad, and yes, there's cake, and also Keith did it again. Winona and Kern ate it all, and there's a fight, and Brian gets hurt again, and then Brian's ex helps Brian, and then oh crap.
Okay. That leaves me, right?
That leaves you. I can time daddy you unless you would like to time daddy yourself.
No, I prefer to be daddied by others. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I can time
Okay.
daddy you. Give me just 2 seconds. All right. Molly fighting for your right for inspiration in 3, 2, 1, go.
We learn what it takes from all the guilds to get into the city. It's a lot. Brian's dad is wanted. Luceau is a pirate captain named Goldeneye.
Fucking
Miss
go.
Twins make a drink called Skyfall. A snake lady who kills the person that Gideon talked to at the bar. Gideon reveals Julian. Everyone's upset. There's a lot of feelings.
Is that it? Your time's up. So yay! Awesome, great.
Beautifully done.
Mods,
Thank
I think
you.
it's Zanil in chat right now. Y'all were complimenting those art pieces at the beginning of show in the introduction. Zanil is the artist for those. So yeah, just FYI, Zanil also has emote commissions open right now. You should go give them your money.
Whoa, paying cool artists good money?
Good money for their work. Cool, what a thought. But yes, Zanil, can you? Oh, you already did it. Perfect. Who had the best recap? Poll is in chat. Go ahead and vote for who gets inspiration this week. I don't have any more housekeeping things, Daddy. If you would like to take it.
Oh.
Are you ready to
I
take
love
it, or
taking
would you
it.
like me to
Yeah,
continue?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Hello. Y'all just want to hop right in?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Wait.
that-
What?
I love you.
I won't say it back.
back.
Yeah. I love you.
I love you.
I love you,
I love you.
I love
Cam.
you.
Cam.
Your love has been noted.
No.
Say it back.
Say it back.
Get back.
Okay.
I love you, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be nice to you.
Okay.
You don't have to be nice.
You don't have to
just
be nice.
say
You
it
just have to
back.
say that you love us.
Yeah, but if I remember that I love you, I'm more keen to be nice to you, aren't I? I must forget this thought. I must cast it from my brain. Anyways, that's enough of Ystira. Let's get started, shall we? We're gonna hop right in. I think before we start, is there anyone else, anything anyone feels that was forgotten during recaps?
Kern has to meet with Sampira, right?
Was
Brian-
that
Brian is
yeah,
expected
so
as
Brian
well.
has to meet with Sampira. Current does not. Current just got the Ethos seal.
So re what has been offered to Sampira around what is happening around Sampira. So she has specifically asked for an audience with Brian, which Rowan tried to deliver. And did die. Molly, congratulations. You gave the best recap this week with 65% of the vote. Go ahead and take that advantage ongoing through this evening.
Yay.
Congrats, gamer.
Thank you.
Do you have a speech, or are you just gonna take it?
Would like to
You wanna...
remind.
I want to thank everyone.
Hell yeah, you did good, and I'm proud of you. I would like to remind Daddy specifically that I have 2 inspirations from watching He's All That and Cinderella with you. That's all.
Yeah, sure. You'll remember. You'll remember this, and you'll wish you'll never had them.
You
Here we go. We continue. We continue. All right. So last pass, everyone has their Bud Light limes and PBRs.
Excuse me.
in front
This
of
is
them.
Bud Light Apple Crisp. Apple
Sorry.
Crisp.
I actually had like fancy Brooklyn Bel Air sour because that was what was in my fridge. So
Yeah,
you know.
everybody have your Bud Light limes and your PBRs in front of you, ready to go. We're gonna start this party. And I actually, before we start it, I want to rewind like 15 minutes in game. Because where we find ourselves, I'd actually like to adjourn now to the balcony right outside of the rooms in the Blushing Pear. Because I'm really excited to go there for a moment. So, as you all remember, it is like 12:30 a.m. in the night. It's pretty dang late. Some of you have been drinking. Someone's shirt is off. I'm not gonna remind you who. But yes, so as of right now, as of 15 minutes ago, Brian and Ystira are in your bedroom, are in your guys' hotel room. Current, Adriel, Winona, and Gideon. The three of you are sort of gathered here at this far corner. You can see that, oh my god, Crestwell is missed. Nope. We'll get there. She's there. She's here at the bar. She's got some sort of runic tape playing, and it's playing this mixture of like rain sounds and like a soft violin. It's very beautiful sounding. It still has like a hint of merriment, but also a calmness as well. The four of you are listening to that, and just kind of like wondering what's going on in your bedroom. You guys kind of get ushered out of it, and then you're kind of like alone for like 4 or 5 minutes, and then you see yeah, let's pick up there. Let's just start there. So when you're initially, the four of you are kicked out of this room for Brian to be healing. The four of you, obviously, like this bombshell is like dropped like 20 minutes ago. Like someone's hurt. Like we're all. How are the four of you standing here on this balcony?
I think Adri. Oh, go ahead, Kita.
No, I was gonna say like Winona knows that the three of them have a lot of things that they probably need to talk about. And though I am a part of this party, I'm just gonna kind of stand there quietly and just take everything in because I want to see how this unfolds.
Right. Okay, I love that.
Now, is this before or after the Misha?
After.
After. Yeah.
Gideon's sitting there with arms crossed, shoulders raised, looking very upset and just very tense, staring at their shoes.
Adri has one of Current's hands in hers and is very quiet. And there's a beat, and then she goes, "How long have you known?"
Like right after we got on the ship, and then I went to go talk to them because I didn't know what was going on. And they made me promise not to tell, and I don't know why I agreed. I mean, I do, but I shouldn't have, clearly. Why keep a secret for an Asarov of all people? But I don't know, it's Misha, and they're nice. And they talked about wanting to be normal and keep everyone safe and not be treated differently. And unfortunately, I can relate to that somehow. And I guess it got to my soft spot, which will never happen again. Ever. Not with Misha. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Adri, oh, go ahead.
Listen, Current will probably look up and Current's angry and is just like, this is the opposite of keeping us safe.
That's what I said, because there's a whole Feywild expert on Kirthis just chilling when we could use them here, and so I tried to help by studying more. But then they were just rude, because their whole thing about like, oh, people will find out if it's me unless I'm incredibly rude to everyone, which obviously, Adriel, you experienced, which I tried to mitigate, and I even said, Misha, why don't you just tell Adriel? Of all people who are gonna get it, they probably will. And that's why I kept calling them a clown, because they are, because they're trying to help, and they're doing it terribly. And now they're somewhere, I don't know. My one job was to keep an eye on them, and they're gone now.
Well, if they can't fucking keep us safe, I guess I have to keep us safe, right?
I don't
We'll
know.
have to
I
keep
don't.
each other safe.
Yes, that's not one person's job.
At this point, you see Morrow take a step out of, open the door softly, take a step out, and like confidently, like shut the door behind them. Can I get an insight check from anyone who would like to at this point?
Of course I would.
A 16 from Winona, a 17 from Adrielle. Woo, we're gonna spend all our good rolls on this evening. 5 from Gideon. There we go. More like it. There we are. All right, Curran, are you rolling? Oh no, Curran's right there. Oh, Curran. Oh, you both happened at the same time. Okay, my eyes. Okay, Curran got a 13. Okay, so I think that like Curran and Gideon, you just see like a hot person shutting the door behind them. Adrielle and Winona, you watch as Morrow goes and like shuts this door, and they keep like their hand on the doorknob for like a second, like a suspended second, and then you see their shoulders just fall just like the tiniest bit, barely even noticeable, as they pull away from the door, and go to stand back leaning up against the wall, kind of one of those things where like one foot is like bent, you know, and so like the foot's on the wall, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, so leaning against the wall like that. She's chilling just like that. Your conversation continues. You now know Ystira and Brine are in that room alone.
What happens? Adriel has to like not stare at this hot person as she continues this conversation, and goes, "Goddess forbid, what happens if we don't find Misha?"
That's not a possibility I'm even considering because I'm going to find them.
When? Gideon, we have to gain entrance to Terrapine and go to Tempira, apparently.
I trust them to not get too lost. There are a lot of things, but they're incredibly competent and they care. And I don't agree with what they did, but I think they're going to do the best they can at it. So
They're competent and they care, but they're not reasonable, Gideon. And you and I both know that.
Yeah. I still haven't figured out exactly where they are. I think Bride might know where they went. I just know that they're not in the city.
Okay. Well, I don't even know if we have time to think about this any more than we already have. Current has a meeting with Alonia tomorrow, right? And she like looks over at Current.
You hear the voices rise in the other room and then fall very suddenly.
I would like to eavesdrop. I'm not going to.
Is anybody gonna?
Okay.
Yeah.
How are we? Oh, sorry, Kitty. It's I didn't say that out loud, or was Molly the player saying that?
No, that was Gideon out loud.
I'm sorry. I thought it was you as a player being like, I'd like to try an eavesdrop, instead of Gideon actual awesome being like, oh, let me go. Okay.
You're like, I don't know if I will. I'm just very tempted to right now because they're alone in there, and I'm nosy, and something's happening.
Okay, but
and it's a distraction from everything bad happening with us.
Okay, here's the thing. How are you gonna eavesdrop without her seeing you?
How would she fucking care? Sure, she wants
What
to
is she
too.
doing?
Oh my
Hey.
god.
Hey.
What?
Hey.
What?
Laurel.
Oh my god.
listen? What's going on? Yeah. You wanna?
Mara looks around like you. Sorry, are you like? Are you like
I'm losing my
50 feet
mind.
away, being like? Are you like gesturing from afar, or have you like gotten
Like
close?
whisper,
to be, like,
yelling, just like, hey, what you wanna? Do you wanna? Eavesdrop? I won't if you won't. Okay.
Bewildered look in the world.
I am
Just like,
I don't know you.
and then just like looks around and then just like walks down the stairs. just fully walks down the stairs. Will not be held liable for any of that remotely. So at least Mara will be able to see you spy if you'd like to try.
Gideon turns back to the group and shakes her head and goes, well, I blew that one. So
You'd think she'd want to listen.
that's what I thought. Thank you, Current.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
You
Gideon.
always make sense. Thank you.
I mean, but maybe they're talking about something that she doesn't want to hear.
right.
it's even more. But that's fine.
I don't know.
Me
I
wanna
wouldn't
go
want to listen in.
more.
I wouldn't want to.
Let's
Audrey looks at Gideon and she goes, I don't know. I wouldn't want to listen in on a conversation of you and Astrid. So I get it. I get it.
Ooh. Winona backs up again.
Okay. I don't want to. I wouldn't want to be in that conversation to begin with. So you and me both.
I don't think Brian wants to be in that conversation either, Gideon.
You're right. You know, I'll be respectful, and not. I'll resist an urge for the first time since I've gotten here, and not eavesdrop. Thank you.
Okay. Does anything, do you all speak on anything else before we see Brian reemerge from the healer's grasp?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
He's trying to look really casual.
Nice. You're nailing it. So it is at that point, I think whoever is like looking over the balcony can see like Morrow like get a beer and drink it relatively quickly. Not in like I'm an alcoholic kind of way, but in like I was probably woken up, I was like probably like right about to go to bed and like am like thirsty and tired and could just use a beer. It's been a very long day, kind of way. So you notice Mara, she grabs a beer and talks with Nettie for a little while. And after a long moment, almost as if Morrow can like sense it, at the same time that Morrow is like coming back up the stairs, the door to y'all's room at the inn opens. And I think Winona, Winona, Gideon, Current, and Adriel can see Ystira step out. You notice that Brian is you can't really see her until you get close to the door. Brian is standing there clenched hands. But of course there is that moment, Gideon, where Ystira, she presses those 2 gold coins. It's what we ended the episode on last time, right? She presses those 2 gold coins into you and says like, a drink for when you clearly need it. Like you know, one of those. So she hands that to you, and then Morrow, who was waiting for her at the top of the stairs, kind of collects her, pulls her into her side, and you watch the 2 of them go back down the stairs, and that is where we left last time we played together. It's been a while, so I want to catch us all up. Brian, you are standing by the door without a shirt on. Can I get a perception check from you?
Sure. Oh God. Can I find my character sheet?
Can you?
No, can I?
Can you? Can you?
Maybe not, bestie.
Okay.
Just a straight up perception check.
Yes, please.
A 9.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Gideon, Adriel, Kern, and Winona, What are you all doing as you watch Morrow and Ystira start heading towards the door?
I think Adri will knock on the door gently and just go, Brian? Are you good? Can we come in?
Yeah, you can come in.
Okay. And Adri will open the door and go inside.
All right. Y'all are welcome to go back into your room as you see fit.
And I think Brian is probably pulling on a shirt. And you can see that the scar on her back is like closed again and is no longer leaking magic, right?
Correct. And then I have a question. So you see this bed that I'm picking, the one that has the little green light going off of it right now? Whose bed is that?
I don't think we had decided whose bed was whose.
I think that was yours, tentatively, because you and I had sat on separate beds.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds right.
Okay, so but you laid on the other bed. Okay, it's fine. You don't notice it though. So, who would pay the most attention to what's on Brian's bed? The answer is Gideon. Gideon, you come back into this room. I assume you're like shortly behind Adrielle. And reminder to you all to move your tokens as you move around, so I know where you are. Gideon, you walk back in the room following Adrielle, and the light hits it, the metal on the top of this jar. There's like a poultice on the bed. There's like a jar. Maybe it was like left behind. Maybe there's just some sort of like jar with a deep like red sort of substance on the inside.
Can I go check it out and roll an investigation?
Yeah, you absolutely may. 13. Yeah, so you walk over to Brian's bed, you pick it up, you kind of hold it up to the light. As you're looking at it, you can see that there are like a lot of different seeds inside. Oh, this is jam. This is jam. This is just like blackberry jam.
Did she heal you with jam?
Brian
holds it up to Brian.
Pulls her shirt over her head and goes, "What?
There's a jam jar in the room." You could have also just eaten jam. This is just a weird thing to find on a bed. I'm sorry.
I think Gideon notices that Brian goes a little pale. And she kind of like visibly like puts on a poker face. And she takes the jar from you. And then she kind of looks at it for a second. And then she's gonna
I thought you said licks at it. I was
like, no. Imagine if she just started like
take it like
a snack. She's gonna go out the door.
Okay.
Where
are you going,
Leslie?
She's gonna go after Ystira.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Are you like running after her?
I think she is speed walking.
And Adriel looks at Gideon. Do we follow?
I don't know. Sometimes jam's a bear trap, conversationally, I guess. I'm learning.
What? Okay. Sorry, that was out of character.
Okay.
What was that? That was strange, right?
Yeah.
Am I being mean on accident again?
Okay. She ran out, so I don't know. Do we want to follow her?
I mean, I kind of want to follow her because, I mean, knowing Brian, I feel like jam isn't something that she would fret about.
Okay.
Of all things in the world, so I am very curious.
Okay, then let's go.
If Winona wants to do it, I absolutely will follow.
All right, you all chase after Brian. You run out of the room. You are like just over the balcony. You can watch Brian all but run out the front door. I imagine leather armor off, which is what you usually wear, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so you are not armored. I'm watching you.
Yeah. Love you.
Okay. And so, Brine, what does it look like to a passerby as you are on this chase?
She is like hustling. They're upstairs, right? So she's like hustling down the stairs and through the barn. She's not really focusing on anybody. She's just like heading straight for the door. And she has this like jar of jam just like gripped in her hand, and
Yeah.
she's like, she's doing that like. She's not really concerned with being like sneaky or anything right now. Normally, when she's moving really quickly, she does try to focus on like not being seen. But I think in this case, it's very like one track mind. And so she's doing that like, I have no way of describing this other than like middle-aged white woman power walk. Like,
Okay.
this little like hustle bustle thing with the jam in her hand. Yeah. It's really
Okay.
kind of tragic looking, I think.
Yeah. Like your back is still a little sore, so you're like,
Very bad, yeah.
You storm out the door, right? And there is like a moment of like, whoa, I'm back at Terrapine at night. You know, right? Like that smell that hits, it's been decades.
Mm-hmm.
You can only assume Ystera is in the carriage that Morrow is watching pull away. About 200 feet ahead now. Pretty much too far gone for you to catch up. You don't got no magic.
Right.
But yeah, you watch as Morrow is watching her be driven off. And then turn around as if to turn back into the bar and go, oh, Brian?
Morrow?
I would say at this time, almost like, you can tell me if this is what happens or not, but I almost remember it's like you weren't expecting Brian to stop, and so then you all kind of like run into Brian in the doorway, fucking blushing Pearl. You can tell me if it doesn't happen, but that's what I'm gonna picture in my pretty little head.
I think that's absolutely what happened.
Yeah.
I think she like the impact of it like pushes Brian forward, and so she stumbles forward several feet, and then she's just kind of like standing there like holding this jam jar aloft and looking at Morrow with this look of like, why are you still here? She does not think she's doing anything strange right now.
Yeah, of course not. Morrow looks like at the jam for a long moment, and then looks at you for an even longer moment, and then says, Ystera knows that meeting Simpira, Guildmistress Simpira, can be nerve-wracking the first time. If you want me to take you now, I will.
Brian's gonna look at the jam jar and then look after the carriage, which I assume is gone now. Like she
Yeah,
probably
you
can't
watch
see
it. You watch
anymore.
it turn through the barrier. She is now a world away from you.
And she's gonna look at Morrow and she's gonna bite her tongue to keep from saying the thing that she wants to say and take a second. And then she says, okay, are we leaving now?
You're unarmed.
she's gonna look down at herself and like take a second and be like, I'll be right back. She's gonna turn and see the whole group just standing there and go, hi. What's going on?
Is your jam okay? What is happening?
I'm gonna go put this in the room and get my stuff,
Oh, okay.
and we're gonna go for a little walk.
All of us?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
And Brian's gonna like kind of like do that like awkward crowd push like through all of them, just like a little gremlin going between their legs because she's real small, and go upstairs to drop off her jam jar and put on her armor and grab her knives. And then she'll come back.
Yeah, while you're gone, Mara looks at the four of you and says, Karthus, huh?
Tell me about it. Yeah. I invented a drink.
Oh? What? Is that what you do? Are you
Maybe.
a mixologist?
I could be, I guess. It's called the Skyfall. I thought it was pretty cool.
And remind me, your name is?
Gideon? Gideon Osmond.
Gideon Osmond. Osmond?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've heard that last name.
Have you?
Huh. Lots of last names around here. What about everyone else?
Was that your jam?
Oh, no, Ystera makes jam all the time.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what was the
That checks
what,
out.
what was the question?
Your names?
Yeah. Adriel Holotide.
Nice to meet you, Adriel Holotide. Gestures at you, Current.
Current.
And looks at you, Winona.
Winona, nice to meet you.
All right. And none of you have been here before.
Correct.
Absolutely not.
You get the feeling that Morrow, it's, you know, when you like talk with a sixth grader and you're like, what the fuck do sixth graders even do? You're like, yeah, Roblox. You're just trying to like fucking come up with something. Morrow's got kind of like that same energy where Morrow's like, you know, trying not to be a goof, but also like doesn't know what the fuck to do with you. And says, okay, so, do you do a lot of negotiations with politicians a lot?
What?
I wouldn't call what we used to do negotiations in the slightest.
Commonplace thing to do?
Here?
No, I but it's not often that Mistress Impura asks for people. So, if she's asking for you, it must be important.
What?
Is Sampira cool? Like, what is the vibe we're walking into?
She's very cool. Yes.
Her tone
What is
is
your
making me
definition of
anxious.
cool?
Yeah, I don't like that
Yeah.
tone.
Guildmaster Simpira is from the old world. She's very cool.
No. I need to know your actual definition of cool, because that doesn't sound, at least my definition of cool, that doesn't sound very cool.
If you
Is that
go and
cool?
meet with the mistress tonight and she doesn't like you, you will not breathe in the morning.
Ah, cool.
That's like that's not cool. That's like
That's not
A lot.
right. Yeah.
So go and get your armor on, kind of cool.
So cool isn't like
Yeah.
cold.
Well, then I guess my only advice would be that if you anger her, I would refrain from making eye contact for a few minutes.
What does that mean? And she like whispers to Current. She's not even talking to Mara.
Yeah, and I think Mara answers you anyways. It's like, oh, have you not heard of the Medusas of the old world? And it's at that point that Brian comes back. Brian, you hear them say, you hear Maro, she says, oh, you haven't heard of the Medusas of the old world? And like that's like the last thing that she says before you pop up.
Are we ready to go?
Wait, I want to hear more about the Medusas of the old world before we go.
Yeah.
Tell
Are
you
you
while we
giving
walk.
them scary
Okay.
stories already?
I'm not giving them scary stories, but what sort of warning do you feel is fair before meeting Guildmistress Impera? Maro turns around and starts walking. And at that, Maro continues to walk. I assume you're all walking with Maro now at this point.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can I just get a perception check from everyone as you are on this walk?
$21.
Oh,
Another
shit.
21.
15.
Okay. Let's just do the 2 21s. Everyone but Sam, take your headphones off.
No, Sam got a 21.
And Jude.
I know,
And-
that's it. I'm saying no. Sam first. So everyone but Sam, take your headphones
Oh,
off.
okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
excited. I've never been the one to get to keep
I
my
know.
headphones
Welcome.
on. Okay.
Sam, while you are passing on a rooftop, so while you are passing, you are walking. We'll get through what the scene looks like.
Yeah.
While you are on this walk, you are near 100% sure that through the darkness of the shadow, on the roof right next to the top of Terrapine, you swear you see Gemma Vario wink at you from the darkness. She knows where you are and is keeping an eye on you.
I'm gonna just squint at her a little bit.
Okay. Do you try to get any sort of message to her?
No, I'm just gonna squint.
Okay.
Which I think
Cool.
she's seen me do before, and it usually means I see you.
All right. And then the other person who got a 21 is
Miss Jude.
Jude. Yep. So you headphones off. Jude, come back. All right. Hello, sweet gamer. You're muted, but
Hello.
you are on this walk.
Mm-hmm.
And what you perceive while you are walking is Maro keeps looking at that fucking jam.
Mm.
Like they'll just be talking casually and their eyes will just like fall to it and then they'll catch themselves and then they'll rip it away again. She's trying to stay very disciplined about it, but you can get a feeling that the discipline's not enough right now.
Fuck. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, headphones off. All right. The last person who got above a 20, Lyrica. Come on in here, sweet angel. So, current. While you all are walking, and we'll get to the walk in a moment. While you are walking along, you notice as you guys get a little bit closer to embassies, right, where all the guilds are sort of like getting their work done. You notice a few people look at the warrant for Brian's father and then look at Brian and start talking. It happens a good 2 or 3 times. So yeah, that's what you see. And now everyone can come back. All right, everyone back?
Yeah. Hello, Papa.
Hello.
Yes, yeah, okay, so I'm seeing chat. Jude, you can change from the object to the recipient.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, we're all walking along, and we pick right back up. Mara says, well, I guess What kind of warning do you feel is fair for people as they're about to meet Guildmistress Simpira?
I only know what I've heard.
What have you heard?
Don't look her in the eye and be very, very polite.
Those are the 2 rules I would follow. Any other questions about etiquette from those who are new?
Is there anything else we should know? Because this just sort of sounds like the Queen of Kurthus to me, so I can just follow those rules and then act the same.
Don't treat her like royalty, Gideon. That's not, don't treat anybody here like royalty.
Oh, no, I don't mean like that. I just mean, no eye contact, play nice, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't play nice here. It'll be just as bad if she likes you.
Brian's gonna give Morrow like kind of a sideways look at that. And you can kind of feel that wrath like bubbling in her chest a little bit.
And Morrow catches you and then like kind of like looks back down at her feet and says, "Sorry, I speak out of turn. Guildmistress does what she can to uphold the life of Terrapine." And then continues walking the 5 of you.
Can I roll an insight check?
Please.
$13.
13. Yeah, you notice you it's hard to get a read on Mara besides the fact that she just puts her hands in her pockets.
Okay.
All right. Is any already whispers happening between the 5 of you as you approach the embassies?
I think Adriel whispers to Current and is like, "They're so tall."
See, I told you.
Shut up! No, shut up!
You brought it up.
I'm just saying because I know like, you appreciate it. And she like elbows Current in the ribs.
appreciate it.
Like lightly. She like very lightly elbows Current in the ribs because that's their relationship.
Fine. But you're right. They are tall.
They're taller than anyone we've met recently.
I know.
Can we just say that Brian is like can hear this?
Yeah.
He's more than anything. Can we just say Brian is close enough to
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
I think Brian just kind of is like looking at, because like, Brian is having Brian's having a lot of feelings right now that she was not prepared for. And one of them is definitely like, oh my God, why is everyone so thirsty for my ex's fiance?
Yeah.
That's real sorry. Adriel,
She doesn't say anything. I don't even think she gives you a look, but like if you were looking directly at her, you would see her like low-key like boiling a little bit.
I think Winona wants to walk next to Brian and catch up with her a little bit.
Yeah.
And just kind of whisper and be like, "So I know that like we're going like officially into Terrapine and you haven't been here in like a million years. Like, are you good, fam? Like, are you gonna be okay?"
How are we defining good exactly, Winona?
I mean, I know it's not gonna be good, but like, do you need like emotional backup? Like, what's happening here? I don't know. I just feel a lot of things, and this whole thing has been like really fucking weird. And you're like my best friend, so I just wanted to check in. Are we good? Like, I know you can hold your own, but like I said back at the club, are we good? You know?
I think I'm as good as can be right now.
Makes sense.
I appreciate you, Winona.
I appreciate you, fam.
Hey Winona, Kita,
Yeah?
can you unmute yourself on the Google Meet, baby, please?
Oh no.
It's okay, it's not your fault.
I am muted.
Unmuted.
Unmuted.
Nice.
And then Brian's gonna kind of just like reach over and like very gently like touch Winona's arm and just like give her a little nod, like we're good.
All right, sweet.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
that's
don't know.
fair.
A lot's happening, and people are are nice and not nice, but like being not nice is like
They're
a
not
good
nice.
thing and a bad thing. So I
They're
don't know.
nice.
I don't know how to be. So I'm just gonna fall in line and figure it out.
Be mean, Winona. Be mean, but don't challenge people.
That's hard.
I know. I believe in you.
Okay. All right.
She's gonna touch your arm again, give you like a little pat.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
I think Gideon's anxiously walking at the back of the group by themselves. Do you ever like experience that where you're walking with friends and everyone's paired off without you, and then you start worrying that everyone's mad at you? That's happening to Gideon. Yep. It's that like very like anxious, like I just fucked up, so everyone's mad at me, and now we're gonna go talk to Medusa. So they're just like looking around, waiting
Right.
for another murder to happen nearby them.
Oh my god.
And is trying to like.
Oh, that's
Be at
true.
the
We were
back
out
of the
in the park
group.
like an hour and a half ago and got attacked. That's fair.
Yeah.
By
There was
someone
the-
who was like still around about, you know, like
There
still
was the
here.
Misha.
And who murdered somebody else to get to us? It's fine.
There was the Misha reveal, and then Brian ran off with the jam and didn't say anything. So Gideon's just like, okay, all right, everyone's mad, so I'll just stop talking.
Oh no.
That'll work
This
for
is so relatable.
I
Oh,
know.
no. This is so real. Oh boy. Yeah, absolutely. It do hurt that bad.
It do be painful.
rough. So you all approach the embassy. It's kind of weird because all of the other sorry, I'm excited about a joke I've been sitting on for like 3 weeks. And it's not even that good of a joke. All of the other guilds have like their name on it. Right, so it's like Hawkmangrass Guild Hall. It's Zubafax Guild Hall, but this one just says Fidelity Bank on it. Fidelity Bank, because it's Issa's Fidelity.
I like that you explained it to us just in case we didn't get the
Yeah.
joke.
I didn't know you were gonna make it canon, and I don't know if I'm more or less distressed by this information.
It's not worth it. I'm so sorry.
I love you and I love your joy, so please don't apologize.
Oh my god. So this one says Fidelity Bank on it. And Morrow says, so you'll technically be going downstairs, which is actually inside Terrapine Greater. The guildmistress can do what she wants. And Mara just kind of says this with like a tired wave of her hand before holding open one of the giant golden doors to this bank. Open.
Brian wants to turn and give Adriel a little like expression without Morrow noticing.
What's that look? Adriel gives you a questioning look back because she's confused. She doesn't know what look that is.
I'll explain later.
Okay.
I am saying out of character, I'll explain later, but Brian just kind of like shakes her head at you. When it's obvious that you don't know what she's trying to do.
And Adriel shrugs.
We good to continue?
Would this be where Current is noticing what they're noticing?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
It is where you notice what you're noticing.
Wait, what is Current noticing? I'm so confused.
You all noticed different things. So everyone above a 20 noticed something different on their walk.
Oh, that's right.
So and they can do what they need to with that info. So yes, that would be when you notice that happening most.
I'm nervous.
I don't know what's going on, which I think
I'm
is for the
scared.
best.
Scared.
Mara's just holding the door open.
Brian walks through the door.
Adriel follows Brian. Oh, thanks, Morrow. She'll like call
and
back.
Adriel,
Oh, they're not Flux.
you don't know that.
They're not Flux. It's fine.
You don't know that. How do you know that? You don't know that.
Because if they were, you wouldn't have let them look us here.
Look what I did to Current. I don't know shit. Clearly.
Are we good to keep going?
Oh
We're
my God.
so good.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
fine.
So good.
Relax. with the
Gideon's
government.
disassociating. Yeah, we're fine.
So good.
Brian is getting increasingly angry and is very annoyed at Maro's existence.
Well, that's fair. You're more annoying
She's
tomorrow.
very
at this point,
tall.
but-
I don't like her.
So there's this huge bank, right, with a bunch of like safety security deposit like little cells, like on this like 20 to 30 foot tall like wall, big entrance hall. You can see that there are a ton of just like mostly women working at these registers, right? Clocking through everyone, but like you see huge amounts of like gold being checked right now. Like you look through and you see like a spark of like a magic wand, and the attendant is like, oh, okay, and like places some sort of like magic dampening cloth over it, while the person who's like trying to stow it is like, I'm so sorry. All of those kinds of things, right? And in the center of this bank is almost like the elevator at the entrance to Terrapine, but with a bit more panache and a bit more beauty, this glass elevator in the center of the room. And that is what Morrow is walking towards with all of you. The guard who is standing in front of the elevator holds her hand out and says, Morrow, this isn't your guild entrance. And Morrow says, no, it's not. I am escorting Simpira's visitors. They're the ones from Kurthus. And that's all that Morrow has to say before the attendant says, I see. The arm moves. The glass elevator opens. Do you all enter?
Can I roll a perception check?
Yeah,
Can I do the same?
please.
Yeah, I would like to
Everyone's
also.
welcome to.
I rolled a 16.
22.
Well, I've never seen anything in my life
19.
because I rolled an 8. So
15.
Okay.
I'm just too
So-
angry.
A 22. Winona. Kita, I'm DMing you. You don't have to act on this, okay? This is just what
Okay.
you notice, okay?
Okay.
Let's see. Who else got above a 20? No one else, right? Next highest, Adriel. Adriel, what are you looking for with his perception check?
I think I'm just like looking for like weird energy, like bad energy, or like people like hostile energy, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, tons of it. Very mean rich girl energy in the club tonight.
Perfect, great. I think Andrew's also
Like your clothes aren't good enough,
yeah, for sure.
right? Like there's like everyone in here is dressed to the 9s, and you are dressed to the 4s maybe, and there's like an immediate, ugh, and it is an unmistakable feeling for Brine for sure.
Mhm. Cool. I'll just sit on that for a little bit. I don't want to act on it. Yeah.
Who else got above a 15? Gideon, what are you specifically looking out for?
I think if there's any like immediate danger happening, but I assume probably not. But I think Gideon's just waiting for literally anyone to suddenly be like, ah, and attack them because they're very anxious right now.
Yeah, I think you don't notice anything like that, but I think what you do notice is that there are a ton of statues here, which is so cool until like 1 second passes, and then 2 second passes, and then you go, oh no, those were people. Oh no, those were people. Those are the people who have tried to break into this bank and failed.
Gideon looks to see if any of them are their parents, knowing that's a very low chance.
You look.
Oh.
No, thank God.
Okay.
All right, you all enter the elevator.
Y'all,
Yes.
something's telling me to hold off a little bit.
Mara says, what do you mean hold off a little bit?
Is this the only way that we can get to where we need to go?
The glass yes.
That's not true. There's always second entrances.
That's a fire hazard. Aren't there stairs?
You could go in through the guild gate. Do you all have your sigils?
Seems like if Simpira wants to meet with us, that's something she could provide us with, huh?
Morrow begins to look uncomfortable. And you notice the guard sort of behind them stand up a bit taller. And Morrow says, listen, folks, this bank is not the place to be choosy.
Nobody's being choosy. We're
No
being
one's being
safe.
choosy or being curious. Yeah.
If you want this to be the farthest I take you, this can be the farthest I take you.
It's not what we said. Where's the other entrance?
There isn't one.
I don't believe that.
Insight check?
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
An 11.
Oh no, like I was asking if I could insight check. I wasn't telling you to insight
You
check.
can as
Sam.
well, yeah.
I also want to. I mean,
Yeah, anyone
well,
who'd like to roll an insight check at this time may.
I'm gonna use
Rolled
one of
a
my.
15.
I'm rolling one of my inspirations.
Okay.
Is she's all that inspiration or the
Cinderella
Cinderella?
The Cinderella one, 16. I don't think that's high enough.
22.
Oh, nice current.
Current.
Okay. 16s and above. Adriel and Current. Adriel and Current, you two. This is not Morrow's turf. Right? You can see their concern in their eyes is like them being very aware of the presence that is directly behind them.
Which is the guard.
Which is the guard, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And so that is the energy that is truly being given off. Brian, this is easily interpretable to you, to someone who is just stubbornly trying to lead you into a trap.
Morrow, what guild are you with?
I'm one of Hawk Mongress's S-tier guild members.
Okay.
Brian, that means something to you.
So what gives you entrance to these gilded halls?
I'm the fiance of one of the most important guild members in ISIS Fidelity.
Hmm.
It's a privilege I take very seriously.
I bet you do. Bet you do anything that Imperial asked you to do, right?
No, but I do anything Ystera asked me to, which is why I am standing here in front of this glass elevator asking you, would you like to go meet her before she gets angrier, or am I going home to my soon-to-be wife?
Guess you're
would
going
you
home.
let Ystera into that glass elevator?
Yes? Is it the glass that... Is this,
No, I'm just curious.
have you all never seen glass before in Kurthus? Do
Don't
you
play
not have-
dumb.
I am asking. I thought it might be a genuine Kurthosphere thing. I don't know. I don't really talk to Kurthus people much.
I'm going in the elevator. Gideon
Thank
steps
you.
in.
Thank you.
I'm going in.
This is great. Then you have a representative. Cool. Representative from Kurthus. Anyone else joining Gideon? The representative of Kurthus who is meeting Simpira so that you all don't die. Anyone else?
You seem awful
Morrow
concerned with
steps
whether or
into the
not we
elevator
die. What's up with that, Morrow?
because I get it. I get what she's talking about. And that's
Get what? Who's talking about, Morrow?
Morrow steps into the elevator. Last call.
Brian sticks her foot in the elevator so the door can't close.
Gideon, get out of the elevator.
No! No! We're being really rude right now! Okay? Hey, everyone! I shouldn't be the one saying this! And if I'm telling you, then something should be going off
Gideon?
in your head.
Gideon,
Brian,
get
Mara's
out of the
chill.
elevator. Gideon,
If
get out of the
they
elevator.
wanted to
Gideon,
kill us, we'd be dead already.
you really believe that? Get out of the elevator.
Yes! You're not my dad! I'm staying in the elevator!
You're
Now
deaf,
I'm
I
going.
guess.
Fine.
Brian, can I get a dexterity saving throw from you?
Yeah, you can.
We could. Sorry, everyone. Molly Schaefer, sorry for
No,
what
you're
I'm
totally
doing.
fine.
12.
Did anyone else step in when
I want to know that I'm not fully in the elevator.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Did anyone else step inside when Morrow said last call?
No.
Okay.
I
did
think
not.
Brian's blocking the doors.
Brian's blocking the doors. I stepped up to tell Gideon to get out of the elevator.
Natural 20. Okay. Yeah. Deftly, Morrow goes, oh, I get this. Morrow goes, oh, I get what she was talking about now. In a quick kick, Brian, before you even like notice, Morrow has essentially like tripped you out of the elevator and has pressed the door shut button.
As a reaction, can I try to throw a knife at her?
Oh my god!
my god!
I'm not going to tell you no, but I'm just letting you act on your impulses with it. Well, I have a straight face because that's my job as a dungeon master.
That's a 9. That's not going to hit her.
Okay, tell me what happens when you throw your fucking knife in a bank with a 9.
She's going to pull it out of her little holster and just like flick it very casually, like in between
You
the
flick the
elevator
knife,
doors.
the guard holds her hand out, and it turns to ash in a moment. The guild, you see this guardian, her eyes begin to glow deep purple underneath her visor. And she says in this deep, booming voice, "Do you seek to commit an act of violence in this hall?"
It's not a question for me, it's a question for Morrow.
10 seconds.
No,
leave.
no, we do not.
And hold their hands up.
The perpetrator of this violence is no longer welcome in our hall. Leave.
She's gonna take a step back and like very slowly walk like back towards the entrance, hands up. She's walking backwards.
Brine, you feel a sharp hand on your shoulder. Winona, that person you were watching has kind of like emerged from the shadows. She's still wearing a hood, right? So no one else can really tell who she is. But I think, Brine, since like you can look up, Gemma is standing there.
With her hand on my shoulder?
Yes. And
Okay.
she looks furious with you. And she says, "Right then, little bird, let's get to leaving." And she starts pushing you out the door.
I'll go.
All right. With Brine being pushed toward, this is not how I thought this session was going to go.
Sorry.
With Brine being pushed towards the entrance, current Winona and Adrielle, what do you do next?
Who's going with who?
I'm gonna stick to my gut, and I'm gonna go with Gemma and Brian, because if Gemma wasn't going to step foot into that elevator, I know we don't see eye to eye, but my ass isn't stepping into that elevator because Gemma knows things that I do not understand. So I'm gonna go check and
Okay.
see what the hell is up.
Well, Gideon can't be there by themselves.
No.
So I guess I'm going into the fucking elevator whenever it comes back up.
Look, there's no way that I'm walking out of here without you and without Gideon.
All right. Well, Winona, you go with them and then see if you can gain entrance another way.
Okay.
All right. And Adri will reach out and squeeze Winona's hand, like reassuringly, and turn back toward the elevator.
All right. Delicious. So you all, we split the party in twain. Winona, you catch up with Brian and Gemma pretty dang quickly, because they're trying to be subtle. And I think, like, once you get outside the door of the bank, you just hear Gemma in a low voice say, "What was that?"
Did you want me to get in the fucking elevator?
Yes, you should have gotten in the fucking elevator. You do whatever she asks. She's pushing you, like, down the stairs.
I don't care about your mistress, Gemma. I never have.
That's like saying an ant doesn't care about the foot that's about to step on it, Brian. Of course you don't fucking care. There's some things that are beyond you, isn't there? She's pushing you.
Okay.
Where have you been all day?
Staying alive? Have we thought? We considered? Winona, my love, how are you? Ooh, my favorite one of all of you right now. How are you, dear Winona?
I'm okay. And you know what? Thank you for asking. I know we don't see eye to eye, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So I clocked that you were, like following us for a little bit, and we got up to the elevator, and then you stopped. And knowing, and at least knowing what I know of you, you don't do things that'll put you in harm's way. So I just kind of picked up on my instincts, and I didn't go in. Why'd you stop?
If I followed you in that elevator, it would have led me right into Simpira's lair, and she would happily turn me over to Nakia.
Who is Nakia?
Oh,
I've been hearing a lot about this Nakia.
Someone I'm not getting along well with right now.
An assassin?
Yes.
Oh.
You know what? You three, how about this? We head back to your cushy, safe little bar. I will buy you a drink, and I will tell you the whole story. How's that sound? As long as I'm keeping this one a mile away from Simpira, then we'll all live through the night, won't we?
Okay, yeah, cool. So, heard, but another question. I'm sorry, I keep asking questions of you.
No, totally fine. Happy to answer them.
Then how do me and Brian get into to Terrapine? If we can't do the, now that we haven't.
They banned me from seeing Cynthia. They didn't ban me from Terrapine proper.
Yes, but you still have to get my
we
guild
need to-
entry, don't you?
Yeah, well.
This is your quest.
It's not my quest. It's Adriel's quest.
Fair enough. We're here to support Adriel, though.
Well, Winona, why did you come on this trip?
The answer, quite honestly, is right next to you.
Then I also went on the trip because of you.
So I guess we better figure out a way to get in, shouldn't we?
Then I guess maybe, Brian, you shouldn't be the one causing all the fucking problems, should you?
Look, Brian was just doing self-defense.
It's interesting coming from you, though, considering that you spent the whole day hiding.
You think I was hiding? I was planning, love. Big difference.
Mm.
We cut now to an elevator. One with just 2 people in it. There's this long, you're watching this glass elevator, and in this glass elevator, Gideon, you can actually see like all of these like different like floors, but each floor, it's almost like the Tower of Terror, but when like it opens up, you can kind of see all of the vaults. And it's beautiful, and it's like there's a showmanship to it, you know, like but there's also like an intimidation to it, right? Marl's just leaning up against the wall, clearly like very annoyed now, but also trying to be cool. It says, so Brian, your partner?
I don't know. Yes, kind of. No. I don't know. Gideon like walks up to the glass, and you can see they're like clutching their cloak as they look past their reflection out at all of the levels. Sorry, Brian's really cool. She just doesn't like you because you're you. And this was probably really scary. Not a great time to be meeting someone. I can't defend the whole dagger thing, though. Very dagger happy, I'm noticing.
Weapons can't be used in this hall besides anyone by... If you don't bear the mark of the guild, you can't use weapons in here. It's one of their best pieces of security.
That's cool. I've never seen a place like this before. I keep saying that over and over again. And it's just terrifying. We haven't even left a big turtle yet.
Are you one for adventuring?
I want to think so.
Well, if
I
you
guess
are
I'll
the type
find out.
I would consider Hakmagress, it's the only real place for adventurers. And you see Mara, she kind of like bolsters up a bit at that, you know?
Gideon smiles and kind of like nods. He goes, I don't know. You guys seem cool, I guess. You seem nice. This freaks me out.
I would be careful about this. This is... all that glitters is not gold. And at that, the elevator kind of slows. And Gideon, let me delete everyone else's token off the page real quick, because no one else is here yet.
Gideon was actually gonna go.
Let me just oops, and goodbye, Brian, and there we go. Okay, so Gideon, you step out of this glass elevator, and you are in a throne room. Or at least what you imagine one in the old world would look like. These stained glass windows with like a clearly like magically like designed window that makes it look like the night sky outside. This large banquet hall that's now been filled with tables. You can see that like there are like huge marble pillars lead like on each side of the big hall, and in between each of those marble pillars are like VIP rooms with like velvet curtains. So some of them are drawn shut, some of them are opened, right? You can see in the far corner there is like 2 cellists playing in this room, which is very rad. You can hear that music sort of filling the room in just sort of this like breathy austerity almost. You see that there are a ton of like very much like hot people only here in this room. A bunch of like waiters are walking around like giving out drinks. you can kind of get the feeling, right? Like there are a bit like bulkier, like boisterous kind of voices here, and then there are a lot more like tightly like strung presences, right? And you can kind of begin to like play the game, right? Like, oh, like that's probably a pirate, that's probably an assassin, right? You can kind of like figure it out as you go, you know. But everyone in this room is armed to the fucking teeth. And you notice that just a few people in this room will hold small little circlets on their heads that basically are like a tiara, but just a simple snake in gold resting atop them. And that's just in the first half of this hall, right? The second half, this larger podium surrounded each by 4, you could only assume, heroes of days gone by, positioned on their statuesque horses in the center of the room. On this pedestal, even past that, a reclaimed throne, restored after many, many years, and a Gorgon woman sitting on top of it, drinking a glass of champagne in a beautiful velvet dress, ankles crossed, her snakes doing all of the gazing around the banquet hall for her. She's got 2 fun-looking tieflings on either side of her, both of the ones who are by her side wearing the crown, the circlet as well. And this is what you breathe in. You are in the Hydra's den, if you were, Sampira's lair. How does Gideon react?
I think by putting on a front of confidence, which is something Gideon's very practiced at. So they sort of like stand up a bit taller. And she's so cool. Oh my god. And kind of like setting their shoulders back and letting their like red cape sort of fly out behind them. And they kind of look at Morrow for approval as they stride forward, as if they belong here.
Right? You stride forward. Morrow kind of like leans her head to you and just whispers, "Don't look her in the eyes until she gives you permission to."
Okay.
And the 2 of you walk past. Some people do like stop to like look at you as you pass. Some don't care. As the 2 of you approach, Gideon, you realize one of the women at Sampira's side you saw not but a few hours ago. It's fine, I'm sure. You don't need reinforcements or anything. They approach the guards, and they sort of like put their little javelins in a cross, and they say, "State your purpose." And you hear, "Oh no, let them pass. I've been waiting." Her voice is commanding. Everyone kind of stops and looks over as Sampira stands at her throne. Step forward.
Gideon, heel boots, click on the floor as they walk up the steps.
Yeah, so you and Morrow approach at the same time, up onto this pedestal, now standing in the center, just like the javelins of like dead heroes angled directly at you, says, "Well then, I've been waiting, but I can tell that this is already going to be worth it." Heels click on the floor as Simpira steps down from her throne. While the music is still playing, most people are only still talking only so they don't get caught trying to eavesdrop. Simpira steps down. Still not looking at her, she begins to circle the two of you. Before she comes to rest right in front of Morrow, she places her hand on Morrow's shoulder and she says, "Morrow, dear, I'm so excited to see you. Now, I can only assume this means that Ystir has finally agreed to lend you to me this night." And Morrow is just looking straight forward, does not look at Simpira, and says, "No, mistress. Unfortunately not." And you can kind of tell that Morrow's jaw's a little clenched. And Simpira laughs. She kind of runs a hand down the side of her face and says, "Are you sure, love? I could teach you a few things I'm sure she'd appreciate." Morrow says,
Okay.
"I'm sure, mistress, but we look forward to your party this weekend nonetheless." And that's enough to distract Simpira. She says, "Oh yes, it'll be a good weekend, a good final party for sure for the both of you. But you've brought me a gift. You know I love gifts. Who is this? Introduce yourself."
Gideon Osmond.
Gideon Osmond. Gideon Osmond. Carthinian, yes?
Correct?
Here alone?
No.
Who
But
do
you knew that.
travel with? I did assume you had a group of friends, but you're here in my house alone, little bird.
They lost their nerve. Maybe they'll find it and join us here shortly.
If they lost their nerve, then I did not wish to meet them anyways. Gideon Osmond. Right then. Simpira sort of turns on her heel and walks back up towards her throne. It is at this point that Current and you have to like argue with the guard to like let you in the elevator again, and it takes like 5 fucking minutes, and it's so stressful. You're like vibrating. But eventually you are in the elevator.
Mhm.
And so tell me, while I'm dropping your tokens on the page, tell me like your impression as the elevator like lowers in, right? And so your eye line slowly like drops in and you see Gideon on this elevated pedestal, head bowed, right, talking to this Medusa sitting on a throne.
Oh,
What
shit.
is
Adri mutters, "If I wasn't so afraid of Simpira, I would punch Gideon myself."
I'm still going to punch
Gonna go.
Gideon. Let it be known that it was not me this time, Adriel.
Oh,
We are a package deal, so at this point it doesn't matter who it is. Current. But I am
that's
glad
true,
it was
that's
not
true.
you.
Thank you.
And she like squeezes Current's hand. She
Current's
goes,
gonna squeeze back.
"We're all spellcasters. If we have to fight, we're gonna lose."
Well, I'm like the confidence there. I was
I'm
gonna
just
say
being,
we were gonna kick ass,
I'm just
but
being honest. she like lowers, she yells it for a second and then lowers her voice.
just remember what Morrow said.
Don't look her in the eye. Don't play too nice.
And maybe this will help. And Current's going to reach into their bag and pull out the ring that Alonia gave them and put it on so that Current does not say things that they should not. That's a reassuring measure.
Adri just double checks that she has her ring of mind shielding on because she didn't take it off.
Yeah. Okay. Delicious. Do you all approach, or do you let Gideon do the talking for you all?
I think we get out of the elevator and kind of like slowly approach, but like not enough to detract. Well, at least Adriel does. I don't know what Current does. Not enough to like detract from the conversation.
Yeah. So Simpira is walking back up the stairs when you all sort of like get there. You are like beginning to walk up, like trying not to cause anything. And then this tiefling girl who is sitting in one of the throne seats by Simpira, she sees you two and she stands up. She goes, "Oh, mistress, looks like some of them got their nerve after all." And Sapira, she just turns her head. You know, this little snake sulks at the same time lifting up as she looks down at the two new additions, and she grins. She says, "A tiefling, a genasi, and you're not quite human either, are you, darling?"
Adriel shakes her head.
"As I thought. You two may step forward as well." Do you step up?
Yeah, I step up. I don't want to piss her off. Adri's scared of her.
Yeah.
Adri will step up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you step up. And you both like kind of your guys are like kind of behind Gideon and Mara still. She points her finger at Current. Says, "Step forward."
Current will step forward, but looking just dead at the floor.
Okay. You step forward, and Guildmaster Simpira, she comes back down the stairs. She comes to rest right in front of you, to the point where like there's maybe like inches between the two of you, and her mouth is like very close to your ear. And she says, "What's your name?"
Current.
"Last name?"
Don't have one.
"Loved ones?"
Used to.
"No more?"
Don't quite know anymore.
"There are always people to be loved." Simpira takes your chin and she tilts it up. You are staring into her glowing purple eyes. She says, "Do you fight?"
If I have to.
"Well?"
Like my life depends on it.
"What about your two friends? Capable fighters?"
Yes.
"Who's
The
flying
best
the
I
ship?"
know.
"Don't lie to me." Her hand on your chin gets tighter. You can feel her nails come to rest against your skin.
Do you know who's flying our ship?
When I ask, I look for answers.
Can I
Oh, are you asking me as Lyrica?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. What's your question, Secret Angel?
Can I try to lie, and I want to use my inspiration?
Ooh, okay. No, you can just lie and then roll a deception check for me.
Okay.
So tell me what the lie. Well, actually, let's have you roll first, so you know how good the lie is, and then we'll find the lie together.
You said deception?
Yeah, deception to lie.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So you got a 19. So that's pretty good.
I said, oh no, because I only saw the 2.
I know. I also
I
got
had a
scared for
heart
a
attack.
second.
I just saw that too.
I know.
Okay.
I also did. Given that it is a 19, what do you say?
Current's just going to say, I know we have a captain, but to be honest, it was so hectic and us getting on and fighting a colossal. I can't tell you that I've had time to actually meet the captain.
Okay. I am now going to roll to see if she catches you. She's going to get a +4 to insight. She holds your eyes for a long moment. You know, in Terrapine, we say it's only fools who get on a ship without knowing who's driving it.
I won't contest being a fool.
It's the wisest thing you've said so far. You can go stand with your friends. At that point, she looks between the three of you and she says, well, darlings, is Morrow scaring you? I know she can be a little intimidating.
Not at all.
She got us here safe
No?
and sound. We're okay.
Oh, friends already. I love to see it. Oh, well, Morrow. Simpira looks over at her and says, you've been a dear. You're dismissed.
Gideon looks at Mara with screaming eyes.
Same. Adri also looks at Morrow like, you're not fucking leaving us here, are you?
And Morrow looks at the three of you and then looks back at Simpira and says, Ystir is quite worried about. Sapira waves her hands, interrupts Morrow just straight up and says, sorry, I didn't ask, and you are a guest in my hall. You are dismissed. Morrow gives a low bow, nods at the three of you, turns around and steps down off the pedestal. Well then. Oh my gosh, I always feel, just doesn't feel like home when other guild members are in my hall. And Simpira sort of steps back up to the throne and just sits down on it, wine in hand, looking at you and says, well then, Kurthis citizens, right? No honors and marks of importance, right? And you're not speaking to knights or constables or... All right, wanted to make sure I was just addressing you correctly. Who's in power right now? It's been such a long time.
Does it matter?
Is it still Lusana? Is Queen Lusana still on the throne? Or is it still passed? Is it passed to her daughter, Nakata?
It's past to Nakata.
Ah. Is she a good ruler?
Gideon.
Sabira catches that. I've asked a question. I'd like an answer.
Yes. Oh, Adriel.
No, you're okay. She's kept Karthus afloat and alive, so she's done her job.
But you must not like her very much, Gideon, do you?
She doesn't like me very much, between you and I.
And what have you done to to earn the ire of a queen?
Nothing I think is worthy.
What, did you seduce her suitor? She have you killed for it? Did you steal one of her belongings?
No. Just existed, I suppose. A reminder of a past failure, maybe.
Boring.
Hmm.
Now, what are you doing in my home? Little skybirds.
Adriel looks at Gideon.
Gideon nods and goes, "We were summoned? I thought it was only polite to arrive."
I meant in Terrapine.
Looking to explore the wilds and seek answers. Like everyone who comes from Kurthus.
Is that all? I'll ask once.
I suppose. It's an answer that catches a lot.
It's an answer that also doesn't catch my interest. I want your actual reason for being in Terrapine. Which one of you will give it to me? You see the girl, the tiefling girl. She's got like really long pink hair and like a cute little like skirt on. She just stands up where she is.
It's a map that we're looking for, right?
Yes. I think so.
A map, specifically?
A map. That's better. Do you speak? She's looking at you, Adriel. You can feel her gaze.
Yes, mistress, I do speak.
Well?
We are here for a map, and also what is good of exploring the wilds if we're not also exploring one of the last civilizations of Akramon.
And this map you seek, is it for the crown or for your gain? I am beginning to tire of the three of you. Every time I ask you a question, you stare at me as if I am about to have you for a meal.
Both, mistress. Crown and personal glory, one might say.
Let's phrase it like this. I'm deciding what to do. Kill you right now, it'd be a fun way to end an evening and, get you out of the way pretty quickly. I could reject your entrance into Terrapine and send you on your way. I could help you in your quest. Granted, I need to know what it was. Or I could have my people steal your ship and leave you in the closest null zone with a week's worth of food and a horde of null waiting. You see the decision I'm trying to make right now, yes?
Yes, mistress.
So when I ask you to tell me your worth and you sit there, eyes sphered at the floor like I'm some sort of arcanic priest about to punish you for staying out and drinking too long, you understand how that might be a bit annoying for me, right?
Yes.
Fear is an annoying emotion. I prefer reverence at worst. Are we clear?
Yes.
Gideon looks at Adriel and Current as if for like permission to speak a bit more, because I think they don't want to be bean spiller again, but I think they want to tell her why they're actually here.
Adriel will lean forward a little bit and just go, Mistress, what option is the most appealing for you?
I'm still deciding, dear. So you best get your words in while I'm still amenable.
Adriel looks to Gideon because you already forgot the question.
I would like to use one of the thirsty sword lesbian moves. Always suspect.
Okay.
And Gideon raises their head to look at her. And
So
goes,
you have used the move. I'm just going to read it. And
Mhm.
actually, let's just read the move and then we'll get back to what you say after break, shall we?
Yes.
Because I like that. Let's make everyone sit on it. The move is always suspect. When you pretend to be a villain to earn a villain's trust, they trust you enough to offer you an opportunity, and you gain a string on them. You must choose one of the following options. Someone watching comes to the worst conclusion. The villain requires an act of villainy to prove your intentions first. Or the villain is only pretending to trust you, and the opportunity is a trap. How you doing? How's the jam, Brian?
It's in my room.
I'm sorry for forgetting that you dropped off the jam.
How dare you forget that I put my gay jam back in my gay room?
Where did
They
you
didn't
put the
want
jam?
they didn't want Morrow to take it.
Where did you
actually want like the little sauce moment of like what she did with the jar of jam when she went upstairs?
Do, actually.
Please.
So she like bustled and hustled her way upstairs.
Stop.
Full like Samwise Gamgee like hustle. And she took the jar of jam and she looked at it for like a solid 45 to 50 seconds. And then she put it under the pillow on her bed. And then she put her armor on and pushed it to the back of her mind and went downstairs.
All right. Well, I've given the code to the mods, so I am ready to go. I don't have any.
To head into my
I don't have any other house things except if you post on social media about the show at all in any capacity, please use the hashtags that we can A, cry, and then B, I can screen cap it for a pitch deck. That's all. Papa, it is your turn.
I also have a secret Notion document called Times Chat Was Right. And I just slowly update it with every time someone in chat has guessed something about the campaign correctly. So if you tweet out your predictions with the hashtag Death2Divinity, you might end up in my Time Chat Was Right folder. And I love that folder. So, all right. Final
Wait, I have a housekeeping thing. I'm so sorry.
What is your housekeeping thing, Sweet Bean?
If we hit 2,000 followers on Twitter, we're actually going to give away 2 signed copies of the book Fat and Queer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I will find that tweet so that y'all can enter. Let me.
I think we're like 200 followers from that point.
Yeah,
so
let me
get
go
your
ahead and find the
friends involved,
tweet.
Friends.
2 minutes left to decide whether or not Brian lives or dives. By the way.
Lives or
Just in case anyone-
dives. Where am I diving?
Lives or
Lives or
dives?
dives.
Lives or dives?
I heard
Diving into
dives.
hell.
I was like, am I swimming now?
Yeah, it's a hell campaign now.
Oh,
Cool.
yeah.
Also, thank you
Always
for the
have
anon donos. We appreciate it.
We
This
appreciate
is the
you.
book, for the record.
I appreciate you.
That was it. That's all.
190 out of 250. Ooh, that might
She
make
might
the
die.
second half of this session interesting.
Can't wait to introduce Shades on Wii to the campaign.
I hate it so much.
Are we ready to dive back in, gamers?
Yes.
Last we left, one of our very own had picked an act of villainy. Gideon, you've decided to play the villain's game by using your move, Always Suspect. You are going to pretend to be a villain to gain a villain's trust. Very rude of you to call Sampira a villain, by the way. So, which option have you chosen?
I have chosen someone watching comes to the worst possible conclusion. It felt very fitting for Gideon.
Okay. I have picked. How in this moment do you earn Sampira's trust?
Gideon looks her in the eye and takes a few steps forward.
You look her. Okay.
She said she doesn't want us to look at the ground anymore, so fine.
Okay.
Gideon looks at her. We are seeking a prophecy for Kurthus that the crown sent us on with nebulous origin in a sick game that they have been playing for a long time, I imagine, where they send us into the wilds with a chosen champion, and she nods towards Adriel, chosen by one of the 3 young monarchs. Whichever the 3 of us comes back, that monarch gets the throne. And if we fulfill the prophecy, that means we succeeded. I don't care about playing the Oserov's game. I don't care about dying in the wilds for their children, who have lived in luxury their entire lives and will continue to do so, even if they don't get the crown. I care about learning everything this place can teach me. Just on the elevator down here, I saw more than I have ever seen in Kurthus. I don't care if I see that floating rock ever again. They can fucking rot, for all I care. If this prophecy helps me and my friends, great. That is why we are here. I won't die keeping their secret about the actual reason we've come to the ground. Not worth it. They've never been worth it. That's
How
it.
old are you?
26.
I was 200 when I finally gained the ounce of sense that you seem to have. Do your friends possess this sense?
I'd like to think so. I think they're still learning. Gideon does not turn to face Adriel and Currit when they say this.
So you seek a prophecy. And a map? Is the map the prophecy?
The map leads to the location of what we believe might be the prophecy, to give Kurthus the favor of the gods again.
And what map is this?
Is it the Sacred Temple? The name of the place where...
Yeah, let's look at the exact words you've been given, shall we? All right, let's go ahead And all you have heard, lies in an ancient temple dedicated to Doxon, located in Abyssa's Locket.
Gideon relays that.
Simpira grins, her sharpened teeth evident more than ever now to you. Monica, be gone. The woman you recognized earlier from before, Gideon, she is waved off. She looks taken aback, but then punishes that feeling from her face in an instant. A mark of preservation. She looks at you, Gideon. Take a seat. She points at one of the seats next to her throne.
Gideon goes and sits down.
And one of you two in the center, when you bleed, what it shows. Wine red, the love of country, the love of God, money. What is it?
Unsure, mistress.
Are you lost, little bird?
Not lost. Just don't think I've bled enough to know what the blood is.
You're fresh.
If that's what you want to call it, then I suppose.
Have you killed someone?
Yes,
Who?
an assassin.
An assassin killer? Were you wanted?
No, someone I cared about was.
Who was the mark?
Come again?
Who was the assassin's mark whose life you saved?
A friend of mine. And Adriel bristles at that, because she's still fucking pissed about the Misha thing.
Oh. Okay. And when you spilled their blood, did yours spill?
Adri will use Be Their Dream in this moment, which is her move.
Okay, so go ahead and read your move, Be Their Dream, out loud for us.
When you change yourself to gain someone's acceptance, affection, or interest, ask if it worked. If so, exchange strings. If you gain 3 strings in this way in a scene, you stagger. If you gain 7 strings this way in a session, you stagger.
Okay, yeah, so actually, speaking of Gideon, go ahead and mark 1 string for Simpira on your sheet. And then Adriel, how do you change yourself for Simpira in this moment?
I think Adriel will stand a little taller and more confident and secure when addressing Simpira, still not looking her in the eye. Her voice drops slightly, has more power behind it, and goes, "No, my blood is not spilt, but they wish."
How did you do it?
Through the heart. Fast and, I would not say painless, but they would wish so.
She gazes at your arm and then says, "With what strength?"
Pure, unadulterated will, mistress.
Not a human's will, though. Right?
No, of course not, but you already know that, don't you?
No, the will of Isa herself.
Adriel's head turns slightly to the side. Isa?
Isa, the first Aasimar. Something that the Arcanon neglects to teach you in their religious studies.
They don't teach us a lot about Asimars on Kurthus, mistress.
It's a darn shame. Your kind are quite powerful.
That I do know.
Isa was the first Asimar, born after the first blood of a god was spilt. In the Feywild, nonetheless. Born from blood and panic, your kind. The reason that this is called Isa's Fidelity is because after the gods retreated to the Shadow Realm to lick their wounds, Isa, good is left to rot. She became a pirate, a woman after my own heart.
Is that why there are so many pirates in the Fidelity, mistress?
Yes, and assassins. Before the fall and after, all of her aspects are represented in my guild.
You say that Asimars are incredibly powerful. I have only touched a glimmer of what power I possess.
And I find that so interesting. What about your friend? More trained? Less? She looks at you, Current.
A skilled fighter for sure. Adriel will say, nodding to Current.
What kind of fighter are you?
I prefer my magic.
Wow. Magic fighter. Tell me, can your magic stop a knife?
If it needs to.
And where do you source your power from? Are you a sorcerer? Does it come in blood? Are you a warlock? Is your allegiance already pledged to someone else? Or are you a druid? No. Wizard? She's trying to pin you.
I am indeed a druid.
She grins even wider. She says, druids are my favorite. You know, blood, words, heritage, pacts, knowledge, all of those things can be lost. I have never seen a druid lose their connection to the earth. I'm quite fond of them.
Well, I guess if I interest you, I'd say that leaves me in somewhat of a good standing.
I'd agree. Too cute to die. She stands. Approaches, leaving Gideon up there on the throne seat. She steps down. While she's stepping down, the tiefling who is across the way notices you, Gideon, and says, you know, it's kind of wild. Just with the cloak and I swear, you look exactly like my girlfriend in that chair.
Is this you flirting, or is this literally I look like someone you know? Because I keep being told that.
Well, she is out of town, but I prefer to be good while she's gone.
Nakia, right? This is
Her
weird.
name precedes her, right?
You're the third, maybe fourth person who's told me I look like her.
Because you have identical jackets. I'm not surprised.
This exact cloak.
Mm-hmm.
That's not possible.
Give me your hand. She reaches across Simpira's throne.
Gideon gives it.
And the pink tiefling, she kind of brings you in a bit closer. I swear. Same complexion as well. If you impersonate my girlfriend to try and do anything with this guild, I will have your head on a pike.
I don't even know who your girlfriend is. Trust me.
Good, as long as the warning was leveraged. And then she just turns her head back to go look at what's happening with the rest of the crew.
Gideon's unbothered, but like, okay.
And at that point, Simpira is standing in front of the two of you and says, "So you need a map to the Temple of Shadows."
I hit the wrong button on the stream deck, but yes. Yes, if that is what the temple is called in Abyss's Locket.
Good news, children. I'm the owner of that map.
Adriel looks past Simpira to make eye contact with Gideon.
Gideon just goes,
We cut now to the walk between Winona, Brine, and Gemma. Gemma's doing a lot of talking at you, which is pretty strange for Gemma. Gemma's not lecture you on your way home type, but she certainly is right now, of course. So she's walking, and she's like, "I just don't. A knife in Fidelity Bank. What on earth has even remotely possessed you? You know better than that. You know better than that."
Are you gonna lecture me all night, or are you gonna tell me what you've been doing all day?
Lecture you all night.
Hmm.
Rich.
Sounds what it sounds like.
Is this all this is to you? The
No.
lecturing of some fucking braggart.
No.
Well, no, how do you even put up with her? You are here on marks of friendship. I'm not. I hear you didn't even get paid. How do you put up with this?
Listen, Brian has helped me in a million ways, and I love the ever-loving shit out of her. So when she gets in trouble, I try to repay by being there, and also it's unconditional. So I, you know what? It's been a lot. This trip's been a whole lot. We're all kind of stressed out. We're just trying to stay alive. You know what I mean? We're just trying to stay alive. Was chucking a knife in a bank the best possible thing to do? Probably not, right? But here we are. So now he's kind of got to live with the decisions that have been made.
Speaking of which, you still got that knife I left with you that night, Gemma?
Gemma's completely taken aback. She's like, "Do I have the knife you lent me a while back?"
No. I didn't lend it to you. I left it on your nightstand that night. You pulled it out
Was
of
it
my thigh holster. you
Okay,
remember?
was it a special knife?
No,
Did it
was
look
just
like
a
anything?
regular
Then
dagger.
how the fuck am I supposed to tell it apart from all of the knives in my room?
I
Right?
don't know.
No,
Do
no,
you
the
have
fucking
one?
leftover
What
bland
do you
knife.
have in your room?
So
Oh,
many.
like,
Do you have
on the
an extra?
nightstand? 3 on the nightstand to start, and that's just the nightstand.
Right.
understand
Do you
how
have?
you think-
Do you have one? I can have. Do you have an extra?
You want a knife?
Yes, I promise not to throw it.
Oh, you want me to give you a knife because you
I
got
won't
yours
throw
fucking
it.
disintegrated in Fidelity
But
Break.
I won't throw it.
How about you fucking buy a knife, Brian? How about that?
I could, but why would I?
I'm not a hot girlfriend who's going to buy all your things for you. That's not who I am to you, Brian.
I've never asked you to be my girlfriend, and I don't want you to buy things for me.
Okay, well then don't take my things either.
Well, that thing I left with you, it's technically my thing.
Oh my god.
If you want to pick on technicalities. Anyway, you said you were going to explain the whole story, so get talking.
Yes, because you're such a good conversational partner. Oh, the need and my drive to talk with you right now. Insurmountable, Brian. Oh, sorry.
You said it yourself.
yeah.
You're the target of an assassin in ISIS
Insurmountable,
Fidelity. How are you going to
yeah.
get over that?
Oh my
Don't
god.
call me
We're
that.
not getting over
Don't
things.
call me
We're not
that.
getting over
Don't call me that.
Oh, no. I will call you that all I want because
No,
you
you won't.
specifically neglected to tell me that that was your name and that your ex-girlfriend was fucking Yastira Pressfield. Brian, you
Ex-fiance.
absolutely neglected to tell me that.
Why would I have told you my actual name? Where would that have gotten me? By the time you met me, I had
If
left
you
her
had told
behind.
me, if I had known, I never would have.
Never would have what, Gemma? Never would have fucked me?
I wouldn't.
Never would have gone on this trip?
Hole, all of it.
Well, we're here now, so I guess we better get past that.
You say that, and you all approach.
Sorry, Kita's face.
Blush of care. And so so you all approach and walk inside the blushing pair. It's actually louder now than it was when you left, which is wild for a second, until you realize that the whole corner of the room is currently occupied by some sort of group of people. They seem to be there's no men over there. They all have like huge like pitchers of beer as well as like beer steins that they're like and like shots are on the tables, and you can tell that they've pulled 2 tables to be close to each other. But the table next to them has like all of their like gear or something that they've like piled on top of it. And then there is like a dog, this like tall Great Dane looking, who is sitting in between the table where they're all hanging out and the table where the gear is all being stored, because the pup is kind of just like looking, guarding. And you see that they are like having some sort of like raucous celebration, because they're all like talking, and one of them's, but when you knocked her over, oh my god, I've been waiting for you to knock her over for months. And they're all just like animatedly like cheering and hanging out amongst themselves. And you can actually, there's not a ton of people here besides them. There's like one couple who was here for a date earlier, and the date is still going. They're obviously falling in love. But besides that, it seems to be just that group of hot people in the corner. And then entering here now, Winona, Brine, and then let me go grab Gemma's token. So the 3 of you enter to that to start.
Do we need a table? Where do you want to do this?
Anywhere's fine.
I mean, we have a room upstairs if you'd rather go somewhere private where you can't be overheard.
Oh, no, they're not spies.
How
She's
do you
nods
know
over
that?
them. It's a fucking derby group. They're fine.
We're in Terrapine, Gemma.
Oh my god, but that's the derby group. I know that they're fine.
Ooh, like roller derby?
Yeah.
It's roller derby.
It's kind of cool.
What is it?
It's like
It's like fighting on skates.
Yeah, it's pretty much like fighting on skates.
It's
Yeah.
pretty fucking cool. And you can like use your whole entire body and like
Skates are like the wheel
check.
things.
Yeah, the wheels on your shoes.
Oh, yeah. How do you fight?
And
on
Winona, when you look over, you actually recognize one of these people. The woman who stopped you in your tracks and like talked to you right when you got off the boat, she's sitting over there in that group. She actually kind of seems to be the team captain.
Oh.
I love that reaction.
Oh.
Winona, you good?
I mean, so somebody approached me earlier, and they may or may not be sitting at that table, and I wasn't sure. Yeah, and I wasn't sure if they were cool or not. You know, I didn't know if they were trying to kill me. I didn't know if they were trying to steal me. But I don't know. Y'all told me to not trust anybody down here, so I didn't. But I mean, people that play roller derby aren't really evil, and I mean, they're over there. I don't know. But I mean,
trust Gemma. When did this happen? I thought you didn't like her. Now she says, "Oh, you can trust these people," and you're like, "Yeah, okay."
Okay, yeah, right, cool. I get it. I know. I'm nervous.
I'm not upset. I'm just confused.
I'm scared. I'm also confused, honestly. I'm just trying not to die.
Go say hi?
I don't know, because I don't know if I should. I don't know if I
You just
should.
hesitated, Winona. You want to go say hi?
I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should. I shouldn't trust anybody. I'm gonna.
Everybody.
You care. You care.
Winona, go.
Okay.
Go say hi. I'll find a yes, I'll go find a table.
But I also kind of feel like an asshole because I kind of
love. Let's actually. Do you mind? Can we turn this into a bit of a job?
Job.
Oh Jesus! Here we go.
For how much?
Nothing. This is for you.
It's not a job if you're not paying.
True.
Who taught me that? You.
Do you want my help or not?
Oh my God.
You know what, Brian? Head upstairs. I'll see you in a bit. I just need like 5 seconds where
When are you the boss of me?
You know what? Actually, while y'all fight again, I will go say hi.
No, before you go, and then she kind of just like looks at Brian and is like, ugh, and kind of like pulls you a few steps away. She kind of like laces your arm like in hers, right? She kind of like, pulls it and kind of like links the elbows. And she kind of like begins like walking you over towards the group.
Chaos.
Right now?
Oh no.
It's full. That's what I'm saying. That's all.
No.
I'm leaving now. That's all.
Winona's one happy moment. Not right now.
Oh, don't worry, Winona. You'll get your
Okay,
happy
cool.
moment. It's just we continue. So Gemma is keeping your arms linked as she's walking you over the table, and she says, right, we could use some help out there. The only guild that's going to be even remotely helpful to us on our quest is Hockmongress. All of those kids over there, they're Hockmongress. They're some of the best adventurers that have ever walked Acramon. If you can get some of them to be hireable on the cheap for us, if they have a ship, anything, we need resources.
Do we have to work with Hockmongress? Do we have to?
You are not, Gemma has not allowed you to be near this conversation.
Okay.
Brian. It's just like Gemma, like imploringly looking Winona in the eyes.
So I need to go be their friend.
That's all. Just make it so they don't want you to die in the wilds. The rest will sort itself out.
Okay. Yeah. I can do that. I can do that.
She like gives
I
you
can
like
do that.
she gives you like a little like cheek pick. She says, "Come on, love. It's friendship, love. It's not that hard. You're lovely, friend, amicable. You've got this, right?"
You think I'm lovely? But you hated me.
I'm not going to unpack that with you right now.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. That's all I needed to hear. I'm
All
going
right.
to go. Yeah, we can definitely do this later.
Yeah, and so at that point, like you're like approaching the table, and Gemma says, "Oh, who over here? Let me just she's walking over. She makes eye contact with yeah. Okay, yeah. So she looks over towards there is this water genasi in the corner. Who she's got like a scary hot vibe. So and she just like looks at her, and it's kind of that moment where Winona, you look at the two of them, make eye contact, and you know immediately that they have fucked before. And Gemma says, Trinity. And the Genasi girl's head in the corner lifts and says, "Hi, Gemma. Can I help you?" And Gemma just looks at you, Winona, and then looks back at the group and says, "Yes, well, I have a new friend. This is Winona, and she's from Curthis, and she's actually she's been hearing about Derby as if it's some sort of freakish myth since she was born, and has always wanted to meet actual players, and I happen to know that's exactly what you are, so I'm just going to drop her off. Goodbye." Gemma leaves you in the dust. She fucking evaporates. It's like, I don't know if you ever watched How I Met Your Mother, but it's, have you met Ted? And then she just like disappears. And then you are just standing by yourself, and like 8 women are just looking at you. Like,
And they're all hot, right?
they're all really hot.
Oh no, Winona.
Hi.
And then like Evie says, "Oh wait, did I see you earlier today?"
Maybe.
"Oh." You having a good time in Terrapine so far?
Yeah. No, yeah. Yep. What a lovely place you.
Yeah, you need a drink. Can we please? And Evie waves to get you like a cup going. And one of the other girls is like, "Oh, here, take mine until we can get you a drink." Oh my gosh, first day in Terrapine, that would be so scary, right? And then it's like the immediate support. And then, you know, they like go right into it. They're like, "Wait, well, what have you heard?" You know, and that they, you know, and you know, so they like ask you like about like what you've heard about Derby, and they're like correcting you about like what you've heard is just maybe like myth, or you know, like, "Oh, actually how that rule works is this." And then eventually they're like, "Well, have you ever put skates on?"
No. I have knee pads. But no skates.
What do you do with the knee pads if you're not wearing skates?
You know, I wish I could tell you the real
Don't make
answer.
that face. Don't make that face. That's impolite. She's new. So keep going.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you the correct answer to that question, but to spare myself my dignity and first impressions, I'm not going to tell you. But you know, I just have them because they're pretty.
You know what, Winona?
Mm.
How about this?
Mm.
And there are like two of the cups on the table that are like taller than the other ones. She takes those two tall cups and she puts them in front of the two of you. And she says, simple competition. I drink it faster. You tell me the story. You win. I'll tell you a story. How's it sound?
Oh, that sounds great. Actually, it sounds great.
All right. And she kind of like puts her hand on the giant glass of beer, and you do too. If you would like to compete, go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Yeah, 25. Yes. Winona.
Okay, so you
Let's go.
fucking. Okay, so like, what's it look like when they're like 3, 2? Like the whole group is like 3, 2, and then like you go. Like, what does it look like for Winona? It's like you fucking crush her.
Oh yeah, I absolutely just pick up the beer and just, excuse my language, open my throat basically and just hold it up.
Pardon my French. Open my throat.
And just chug it all in one go.
Mm-hmm.
And then I slammed the glass back on the table within seconds.
And like there is like a huge, like tense silence as like Evie finishes hers several seconds behind you. And then they just fucking lose their minds, right? They just like start cheering, like a few of you like clap you on the back, right? They're like, "Let's go," you know. And they're like, "Another like a round of the house for Winona. We love her. Fight fair." Like they're like super into it. And so Evie says, "All right, it's earned. What kind of story do you want to hear about Terrapine?"
I wasn't prepared for this. Anything that you're willing to tell me. I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing. But I'm always looking to learn more, so.
Okay, I'll tell you a story then.
Mm-hmm.
So, in Terrapine, there's a guild. His name is Hawkmongress. It is the only guild that allows you to adventure in the wilds on your own terms. People will come and they'll put requests on the wall, and you can take them down and, go on adventures with your own adventuring party. And it's the best place in the whole world. And she says that very genuinely to you. And she says, there was a guild, part of Hawkmongress, one of the best. S tier means you can go to the second level, get the fancy quests, the hard ones, the ones that most people die if they try taking them. And there was an adventuring group of 4. That 4 was the closest adventuring party that there's ever been. And one of them died. And then it was an adventuring group of 3.
Sorry to hear that.
I don't mean to be like the weird woman who corners you in your first night in Terrapine, but I approached you on that dock for a reason. I looked at you and the goddess told me that you belonged in Hawkmongress.
me. You don't even know who I am.
I don't. But when my goddess speaks to me, I try to listen to her. So, how about you come to derby practice in the morning? Get in a few laps with me.
I've never put on skates. I mean, I can watch, but
One of the girls in the corner says, "Don't worry, we love virgins." And then another one hits him in the like, shut the fuck up. Because they're all like little drunk and messy. And Evie's like, please. And then she looks back to you and she goes, "I'm so sorry."
all good. um, you know, I need to check in with, you know, the people that I'm with, because I know that we've got some stuff on our docket, and I don't know where I'll be in the morning. But that sounds cool.
Sorry, I usually only meet people from Kurthus who are looking to be rescued. Is that not you?
Honestly, I don't think I need saving. And if something gave you the impression that I need saving, then I don't think I'm the person for you.
I'm so sorry, Winona. That is not. Most people from Kurthus are running fast. And they're usually in a lot of fucking danger. To see you speak so cavalierly of the people who you came here with did take me by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not down here by mistake, for sure. But I am with a really strong group of people. And I hear you on the running. But I don't think I'm running away. I think I'm running towards something better. And that hopefully will resolve in me going back home someday. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't like to get to know the people that I meet along the way a little better.
Okay. Sorry, I've just never met someone from Kurthus who wants to go back there. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just a little surprised.
You know, it's fair, and there are a lot of things that I honestly don't know. I know a lot of things about my home, and I know a lot of things about my immediate neighborhood and the people that I've grown up with.
Do monarchs still dictate rule there?
They do.
And how do you feel about a life of ruler by bloodline?
Honestly, I don't really follow what they put out. That's a whole other story.
Did they kick you out of Kurthus and hope you didn't come back?
Not really. They don't really know who I am, to be honest. I'm nothing to them.
Evie takes the pitcher of beer and refills your drink, looks you in the eyes and says, "They're fucking lost then." And then tips her glass against yours. We cut now to the bedroom right upstairs, where Gemma has all but dragged you, Brian. She's so mad.
Get off me. Stop touching
You
me.
get off. Oh my god.
Apparently we're not doing that tonight.
Slams
What
the
the
door.
fuck?
What the fuck?
I can make that face too.
You're fucking Zubafax? You had a whole life as some fucking underbelly hick. And you just so neglected to mention it to me?
Why on earth would I tell you that? Like I said, Belia was dead by the time that we met.
Belia might have been dead by the time I met you, but Belia's legacy was fucking alive and well.
Belia didn't have a legacy.
That's where you're wrong.
What on earth could I have done when I was here that would make you say that? My parents were farmers.
I was her first fucking friend in the guild.
Whose?
Stira's. If she found out that... That's one of the few fucking people on this planet who actually give a shit what she thinks about me.
Yeah, she has that effect on people. When did you find out?
I was heading to her house because I figured she'd keep me safe. I found out on the way.
How?
Does it matter?
You want me to be honest with you, Gemma? You're going to need to be honest with me, too. That's how this works.
I was looking in a window when your letter arrived. Is that what you want to hear?
When Morrow got my letter?
Wasn't hard to put it together after that, was it?
That doesn't make any sense.
What part of it are you not following, love?
How did you know the letter was from me?
Oh, geez, which one of my friends is staying at the Blushing Pear? It's not hard, love.
Are we friends now? I've never heard you say anything that amounts to loyalty, Gemma. If there's not
My
enough point
fucking
involved.
mistake, then. Sorry for the slip of the word.
Look, I don't know what happened to me when that colossal looked at me, but I haven't felt the same since. So I'm a little bit more prickly than usual. Let's chalk it up to whatever that did.
It's pretty close to an apology. I wouldn't get any nearer.
Oh no. As you keep pointing out, I know better. I should probably start acting like it.
You haven't so far.
No better time than now.
You threw a fucking knife in a guild hall, Brian.
Yeah, I know, because somebody was
Who
taking
does
one
that?
of my friends.
Simpira's hundreds of years old. I've watched her kill people more powerful than you with a fucking blink of her eye.
What does
And
it
you're
matter if
throwing
I die
knives
down
in her
here?
house. Because if you die, then I have 6 fucking orphans I'm suddenly to care for. No, thank you.
You're not responsible for them.
I'm sure as fuck not. So when Sapira offers me 100,000 gold to kill you and give her your ship, I'm going to say yes, aren't I?
Is she offering that? Because last time I checked, she
Yes.
had me on a short list for assassins. I'm very confused about that. What this woman wants.
Who do you think? That's when I should have realized, right?
Realized what, Gemma?
When I saw your name on that list, and I didn't fucking put it there. That's when I should have realized what was happening. I didn't. I thought you were just good at your fucking job. Turns out that's not right. No, turns out what your fucking good is letting your emotions ruin every fucking gig you've ever taken.
Not every gig. Not the first gig. Not the first one we worked together. If I remember correctly, I saved your life on that gig. Was I good at my job then?
I paid you back for that, and you know it.
We weren't.
Oh,
we're not.
That we were.
Gemma, what do you need from me?
I don't know anymore. I don't even know when I fucking came here.
I have a guess.
What's your guess, Brian?
Money and a chance to piss off the crown. Chance to take one of the most beautiful ships that's ever been made. Chance to off whoever will prevent you from keeping it. Plenty of incentive. And
You're
maybe,
right.
just maybe, the tiniest pinch of you giving a shit about somebody who's not yourself. Just a small one, though.
You're right. I've been focusing on that second part a little bit too hard.
Maybe I have to. So what happens now?
I guess if we're done worrying about each other then I will go do what works best for me.
Which is what, Gemma? What is going on? What did you do to piss off Nakia?
Doesn't matter to you. We're not fucking friends, are we?
Yes, Gemma, we're fucking friends. Jesus Christ, I said it, okay?
We're not friends. You said that, did you not? I'm not someone who you can fucking be cruel to and then apologize and think I won't fucking care or think you're still worth my time. You might get away with that with cute little Curtis kids who don't know how to treat people better. It's not me.
How much do you know? Because people have been asking me for information about you since I got here.
I stole one of Nakia's cards and I sold it to someone in Miriage City.
Cards, what does that mean?
Just a very powerful artifact, all right?
Like a magical item?
Yes, like a magical item.
What did this thing look like exactly?
Like a fucking playing card, all right? But it doesn't matter. I thought it was fair game, and it wasn't.
What would make you think that that was fair game if it was that powerful?
She's pretty good at getting them when she needs to. I figured I just added a bit of a job to her to-do list.
And you thought that was a good idea because...
Because Nakia and I make each other's lives more complicated sometimes.
Is that like a fun thing for you? Okay, yeah. I understand. All right. But now she wants to kill you, right?
Yeah.
And the whole half of ISIS Fidelity that deals in the assassination trade wants
Yes, I came back and found out what the bounty was.
which is
600,000 gold.
600,000 gold. Gemma, what the fuck? I've never seen that much gold in my life. Are you serious?
I sold the card for 5.
And yet you still... Okay, well...
I have a plan now,
I'm gonna regret this.
which is why I came by.
Yep, what do you need?
I don't need anything. I have a
What's
way
your-
that solves our problems.
Our problems.
Both of them.
Gets me the map, or gets me into Terrapine to find my father?
Nope, just the map.
All
My
right.
father's not my way here.
All right. That's fair enough.
Gemma sits down on the bed you're on.
Brian looks at her, but like is a little tense.
And she reaches into her bra and
Wait, I thought we weren't. Are
oh,
we-
trust me, I am not touching you ever again. And she unfolds it and presses it down on the space in the bed between you two. And she says, I know for a fact that Sampira's been hiding a card from Nakia. It's in her vault. And that's exactly where the fucking map is.
Wait, Sinpira has the map?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Have you ever wanted to break into a bank?
I haven't actively thought about it, but now that you're presenting the opportunity, I guess I should start.
I mean, you basically already got a head start today.
Why were you so mad at me for throwing a knife if you're planning to break into that place? I mean,
Because
you're
if
probably
they
gonna
are
be sneakier about it.
specifically looking for you, Brian, it's going to make the heist a bit more difficult, isn't it?
Well, I do love a challenge, so what's the plan?
I haven't gotten to that part yet. I spent
Yeah.
all day getting the blueprint. Come on.
That's...
It's
Adriel,
been less than 10 hours, babe. You got to admit, secret blueprint to a bank in 10 hours. It's not bad.
do you want a cookie?
Not from you.
Adriel and Current and Gideon are in Sinpira's lair. They can't help us from inside. We have no way of contacting them. You just gave Winona to the roller derby team from Hawkmongress. Is this just gonna be you and me?
No. Oh, I have planned for this much. So, everyone's going to be at Sampira's mansion on one night this week. Do you know what night that is, Brian?
Gemma, no.
Oh, yes. And you weren't invited anyways.
Gemma, we can't stay in Terrapine for a week.
So, all it's going to do is let the people who decided to go to the temple with no resources or tools die.
You
while
want
we
to break
actually
into
get our shit
Sinpira's
together.
vault?
Yes, I do. I think it'd be kind of hot.
You just told me you're never going to touch me again. These are mixed signals, first of all. Second of all, you want to break into Sinpira's vault the night that my ex-fiance is getting married?
Yes, I do.
There's something very wrong with you. Like, very wrong with you. And God help me, I'm a little bit intrigued.
You're right, because it's the only solution you have right now, isn't it? You've been fucking around all day. And I showed up.
Fucking around. Oh my god.
Yeah, you've been fucking around all day, and I showed up with something that could get the job done.
It still seems like more than a 2-person job.
Of course, I mean, we'll need some big guns, and your friends will have to slot into the plan somehow.
My friends are on the inside. Just kind of.
Samira's just meeting with
hanging out.
them.
Does Cynthia ever just meet with anybody? That feels like not her flavor.
If I had to best, she's just looking for him. And we cut. We cut now back to the throne room. Simpira's throne room. The cello is still playing in the far corner. Adriel and Current, you are standing here. Gideon, the tiefling girl across from you had just negged you about your sister. It's fine. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what the last thing Simpira said to you was, because I know it was important. Osmosis?
I don't remember.
Look at my notes.
Okay, so you see, yeah. Okay, so Simpira is standing in front of Adriel and Current. She's gazing at the two of them, and she says, so, allegiance to the crown. Where do we land on that?
Adriel is visibly thinking. Still a faint desire, but not as strong as it was when we landed here.
What about you, Current?
You know, I can say that when we left, I was barely in it for the crown. Now, I don't really care if they get what they want or not.
I love that, dear. Right. You've got my attention. I think it's about time we struck a deal. Don't you think? What the three of you are in need of, Simpira turns, slowly stepping up the stairs as she speaks, as she returns to her throne. You three need a home away from home. Especially so that you can realize that you're home. She sits down in the throne, kind of leans back in it. So that you can realize that your home never really cared for you much anyways. Here in my guild, we promote personal freedoms above all else. Now, what I think I'd like to offer you is everything you've ever wanted. You need inside Terrapine. Is that correct, Gideon?
Yeah.
And Current, you all need the map that'll lead you to this temple, correct?
Yes.
And Adriel,
Yes,
you need more power to get into that temple, don't you?
correct.
I could get you all of those things. It could be done by the end of the night. Tell you what. I will offer the three of you entrance into Ice's Fidelity. You will not need guild sigil to enter because you will be part of one.
In exchange for what, mistress?
Do you want something more from me? Or are you asking what I want from you?
I'm asking what you want from us, mistress.
Well, I'm always looking to add gems. She says that as she looks at the three of you. To my guilds. I prioritize a diverse but capable contingency. I also want to check out your ship. Just 20 minutes, me and one of my best engineers. You can even just have one of my engineers. I just want to let one of my people in, study up, and we can bring some of those innovations that Kurthus is keeping so far away from us to the people.
Are we allowed to think on this decision, or is it a limited offer, Mistress Simpira?
It's quite limited. But if you ask very nicely for time, I suppose I might give it to you.
Adri looks at
Gideon. Okay, continue.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Adri looks at Gideon to see, like where, like temp check where they're at.
I think Gideon feels like they don't have room to negotiate here. With Sinpira, sort of.
Adri will put on her best good girl act, and kneel, and say, Mistress Simpira, thank you so much for your offer. May we have until the morning to discuss, please. And her head is bowed and she's doing her best.
Simpira leans forward with a hungry smirk on her face. And then turns to you, Gideon, and says, was she a member of the church?
I suppose we all were, but she was very favored by them.
I can tell. The way devotion just radiates off her skin. What about you?
Wasn't liked by them much. I had too much
You
fun.
liked by anyone much?
A few people. Enough people. But mostly myself. And that's all I've ever needed.
I'm going to grant your friend's ask. Here's the problem. You're going to pay the price. Okay?
What price is that?
Adril's head snaps up.
You don't hear this. She's speaking
I don't
very
hear it.
quietly
Okay,
to
never
Gideon.
mind.
Yeah, you're like 30 feet away, and she's speaking very low. The cello music is more than enough to drown it out. She says, just a vial of your blood.
Can I ask what you're going to do with it?
No.
Or is that a surprise? Fine.
Great. And then she nods at the girl in pink. And the girl in the pink, she just stands up and then she holds out her hand. She says, "May we?"
Sure. Gideon takes it.
And she like takes your hand and then she like places her other one on it and she leads you away.
Okay.
I'm pulling Gideon and her off of the map. And then Simpira looks back down at Current and Adriel and says, "Very well, I accept your offer."
Thank you. Will Gideon be returning soon? Adriel will ask as she gets back up.
"Yes, should just be a few moments. Go ahead and grab yourselves any drinks, any refreshments you'd like. You're guild members, after all. I'll give you tomorrow off, but then the day after I expect you here at 7 a.m. sharp. Am I heard?"
Mistress, that wasn't what we agreed upon.
Was it not?
No.
What do you think we agreed on?
You would let us think on it, and in the morning we would return to you with an answer.
You're right. I get too ahead of myself. I'm just very entertained to think about what the alternate is. But you think on it, and if you decide you don't need the map, then you decide you don't need the map.
Adriel just nod. Like, very, like, Simpira fails the vibe check for Adriel. Adriel very much is like, I don't want anything to do with this woman.
Do you let her catch on to that?
No. Absolutely not. But in her head, she fails the vibe check. She's in the same box as the elder that she hates. Adriel looks at Current.
What is the alternative, Adriel? Is she gonna let us say no?
Adri looks at Current like, let's not discuss this here.
What did the two of you do while you wait for Gideon?
I think Adri is going to like kind of like gas up Mistress Simpira a little bit, so she'll stand with Current and she'll go, Mistress Simpira, how long has Ice's Fidelity been a guild?
800 years?
And you've been the guild master this whole time?
There was one person before me. He had an obsession for Aasimar.
And your obsession is druids?
No obsessions to be had, especially none like his. We had to take care of him after we found his collection of clipped wings.
What would one do with clipped wings?
Savor them.
But they would lose their power once they're clipped, no?
Doesn't matter if they're conquests.
I guess so, but what good is a trophy if it has no value?
Trophies are good for many things. Their value may not always be apparent.
Agree to disagree.
Current. Who are your parents?
I don't know.
At all?
They died when I was a baby.
You're sure about that?
Pretty sure. I mean, they died. I was
How old are you?
25.
25. Hurricane Genasi, I know, dying in the last 25 years. None that I've heard of. And I'm pretty well connected, my love.
We lived on Kurthus.
Your parents did?
Well, I assumed we came from the area. Something of the sorts. I mean,
Is this all from memory, or is this something someone told you?
I have only been told, and not much at that. Just that they died, and I was adopted and grew up in the castle walls.
Her eyes lock on after that moment. She says, so the castle told you.
Castle tells us everything.
Well, the castle hasn't said a true thing in 800 years. I doubt your parents are dead, girl.
And I think Current doesn't really know what to say to that. Can I
She's
do
yeah, you can do insight checks right now if you'd like to.
Yeah.
And while you guys do that insight checks, I'm now going to cut to the velveted back rooms of Simpira's guild hall. You are being led through Isis Fidelity, Gideon, through tight hallways with no windows and locked doors. She's holding your hand still as you go. And she's not saying anything. Do you?
I think Gideon just goes, "What's your name, by the way?"
My name?
Am I allowed to ask that?
Well, it's normally not very nice, but we're about to be guild mates, aren't we?
I guess so.
Well, then I suppose it is nice to meet you, Gideon. Let me pull up her name! I'm so sorry. I literally just had it. Where did it go? Please, it was such a pretty name. No. Yes, okay. So she takes your oh, can I also get a perception check from you just in general? Is the other thing I forgot to ask for. You give me
Sure,
that.
bestie.
I'll continue to try and find her very pretty name. So I could come up with a new one, but I found it and it was so pretty and I was so proud of myself.
Please let me perceive.
Let me perceive anything.
Can I use my fun inspiration I got today to try and perceive
You-
literally a single thing?
You can, absolutely.
Okay. I perceived nothing. I went from a 4 to a 9. Getting so scared.
Oh my god.
Not a thing to be perceived.
Yeah, too scared. Yeah, so she's like holding your arm and she says, my full name is Iridia, but my friends called me Oslo. You can too.
Cool. I like that.
How old are you?
26.
Oh, so we're like the same age.
Oh, yeah. Are you from Terrapine?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something kind of weird?
I love weird questions. She leads you into a room.
Have you ever met two tieflings, Valeria or Morgane Osmond, around here at any point?
Take a seat.
Okay.
Those names aren't familiar to me, sorry.
Can I roll an insight check? I don't believe you. Or maybe I just want to believe you know anything. A nat 20.
She's lying.
think Gideon like looks at her and goes, "They're my parents. I haven't seen them since I was 5. I assume they're both dead. But this cloak is the last thing I have of them. When I came into this bank, I caught myself looking at the statues, and also not hoping I'd see their faces." And she
Roll a
looks
dexterity
over.
saving throw.
Oh no! Please don't hurt me! I'm sad! Okay.
A 10. All right. So this room that you've led you in, like you ask this question and you're so focused on it that you didn't get a pretty good look on like the contents of this room. This room has a single, almost like dentist chair in it. With 2 like very nice looking pedestals on either side. And then like velvet curtains on the walls. And then just like a room of like tools with like some sort of like drapery over them so you can't get a good feel for what they are. Gideon, you ask this question and then you feel a huge impact in your chest as this girl fucking roundabout kicks you into the chair.
I would have sat down.
Again, when I say like, man, this is not how I thought this session was gonna go. She roundhouse kicks you in the chest and you fly into this chair. And this chair is magic. So I'm gonna need a constitution saving throw from you.
Oh boy, no whammies.
All whammies. 2 natural 20s?
Fuck with me. Fuck
Okay.
with me. Tell me where my mommy and daddy are. What's going on?
So you feel a bunch of straps, a bunch of magical straps come in and grab on each of your limbs in this chair. You can feel the restraint pull. With that natural 20, you feel which one of your hands you can pull through this. Just one, and time it right? But you can tell that she thinks she's got you, and you know she doesn't.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So she roundhouse kicks you into this chair, and then you turn back, and she kind of like flicks at her wrist, and when she does that, a knife appears in her hand, and she says, "Are you really from Kurthus?"
Yes.
She's taking steps closer to you. And she says, "If you think that this is a way to get to her, you are sorely mistaken. You're not the first imposter we've had to deal with." She gets closer to you. And she like, you know that one scene that I wasn't supposed to get turned on by in the Hunger Games 2 when the lady is on top of her with a knife?
Mm-hmm.
That one. So she gets on top of the chair and is kind of like straddled over you right now. And she's got the knife pressed against your neck. And she says, "Who are you really?"
I am who I say I am. I'm Gideon.
"Where did you get the jacket?"
From my parents. It was a gift before I came down here. Do you have any truth-telling magic in your Assassin's Guild?
You should be respectful. You are about to join a guild that takes its hierarchy very seriously. If you are not an imposter, then you would know. Nikia has a question she asks. What was your mother obsessed with?
The Apotheon sisters.
She
Easy.
drops the knife. Backs away. Okay.
Okay.
she reaches down and she approaches your hand, the one that you can tell is free, and she takes the wrist, and she basically just like brings down the blade. Not like super far, but she definitely does like carve a pretty decent chunk into your palm with her hand, and then like puts the knife in her mouth, and then pulls a vial out of her bag.
I think I'm going to try to rip free now and knock the vial out of her hand.
Okay. How would you like?
Pulls
Okay, so you pull
her
free.
arm.
And so is the objective to get away from her, break the vial, punch her, you know, like what is the specific action you're aiming for?
I think Gideon just wants to knock the vial out of her hand.
Okay.
And tries to go, let's not and say we did. I don't feel good about strange ladies having vials of my blood for any reason.
You go ahead and give me just an acrobatics to see how good you are at disarming this. My sweet, sweet sorcerer.
I'm so scared.
You are competing against a... Yes. Okay. Sorry for a natural 20 plus 7. So you go to break free, and I think she's like straddling you, right? And so she literally just brings one of the legs down and presses it down against your arm. So she is kind of like black widowing, like literally like over your body, and she actually like brings you're gonna go ahead and take 6 points of damage because she brings her elbow down, knocks you right in the nose, and kind of like hunches over as she uses the like pressure to kind of like bring blood into the vial and shut it with one of her hands. And then she does like a backflip off of you.
Cool. Okay. What is that being used for? Can I ask that at least? Oh, so how does Nakia know my mom?
She's not your mom. And she begins walking towards the door. She says, "Real nice meeting you, Gideon. Don't leave the city until Nakia comes back, all right?"
Okay.
Because as long as I have your word that you won't do that, I won't tell Simpira what I just learned in here.
Listen, I want to meet Nakia more than literally anything now. I
want to meet my sister too.
What's she like?
A goddess. Don't leave town. And she turns.
I guess I follow out the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Gideon's just silent on the walk. Their head, like all of the blood has rushed to their head. It's like a ringing in their ears.
And Oslo knows.
They're freaking.
And she's feasting on it, to say the least. You know, I honestly, this girl, she's so fucked up. I think she like licks a bit of blood that was on your hand off of her thumb, and like pockets the vial, and then says, "Your friends are over there."
All right. Gideon nods appreciatively towards her and goes, "Guildmate?" And then
Sis-in-law.
I thought you just girl. Okay. and walks away.
Yeah.
Brain
What
screaming.
does Gideon look like to Kern and Adri, the two people who know her best?
I think Gideon has sort of the same expression that they had on their face when they got pulled out of class and yelled at and then came back. It is sort of a similar, like, they're seeing, like, looking but not seeing. If you spoke to them right now, they would probably not have a sensical response. They'd just be like, yeah, okay. Clearly mind elsewhere. Incredibly tense. They're on autopilot right now.
Adri looks at Mistress Impera and just goes, "Are we dismissed?"
She's like not even looking at you anymore. She just
Great.
like waves you off.
Great. And Adri will take Gideon's hand, that's not bleeding, and in her other hand take Current's and walk back to the elevator.
You get inside the glass elevator. It closes. You begin to go up. Is it silent until you all leave the bank?
Mm-hmm. Well, at least on Adri's part. Adri's not saying anything. She doesn't trust that this elevator is not bugged.
Okay. A tense silence until you leave the guild hall. Are you silent down the steps of the guild hall?
I think Adri runs down the steps as fast as she possibly can.
Do you give chase? Gideon and Current.
I think Gideon's not running, but they're like briskly walking behind Adriel.
Yeah, I'm probably just keeping pace up with Gideon just to keep an eye on them.
How far are we from Blushing Pear, Cam?
A 10-minute walk.
Okay.
I think Colonel turned to Gideon and just says, "Gideon, your hand. You're right."
Just a vial of blood to a Gorgon woman I don't know in an underground lair. What's another day on Acrimon?
Did they tell you what they needed your blood for?
No, but I did learn something else. Nakia was apparently my sister. Very fun. Super cool. Parents were alive. I guess they maybe started a new life here. I don't know. That's fun. I'm also going to punch Brian when we get back for that fucking scene in the lobby.
The Nakia...
I cannot believe any of that. Maybe I wouldn't have had to give a vial of my blood and join this guild if we had had all of us there.
We're not
I
joined
guess I'll
yet.
never know.
We're not joined yet. Gideon.
Oh, I feel like I'm pretty locked in at this point.
Over my dead
I don't
body,
think I
Gideon.
could say no. Oh, that's a very real possibility, Adriel. Trust me. Not one I want to explore. Why do you think I told her all of that? She was going to kill us if we didn't give her something. We are mice. She was a cat. I had to do something. At least I learned something valuable out of it.
Yeah, we're all learning valuable things today, aren't we?
I guess so. What are you talking about?
Just in general.
So what happens now?
We go back to the Blushing Pear, tell Brine about the deal that Impera offered us, and see if there's another way we can get that fucking map.
Fine.
Now, chat. Remember what I said when it's not chaos if you can predict it? Well, that's something I firmly believe in.
I'm scared.
Yeah. Which is why when Gideon, Current, and Adriel approach the blushing pair, they see a familiar figure standing outside its door, underneath the sign, right next to the lantern. Julian is right there. Wow.
Is that where we're ending, or can I go up and grab him?
Oh no! Oh, do you want to leave? Do you want to end?
No,
We
no,
can end
no,
it.
no. I was asking because that
No,
sounds.
we can if you need to.
No, no, no. It's okay. Adri, let's go. Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you for this gift. Adri, let's go of, because she hasn't had time to process this, and so, ooh. She looks at Current, looks at Gideon, and then walks right up to Julian and slams him against the wall of the blushing pair and go, Misha Osorov, what the fuck are you doing here? Her heart is like racing. She's shaking.
Shove them into the wall. Julian like looks at Gideon. What is happening on Gideon's face?
Rage. Maybe not at Misha. Gideon's like
Rage.
mad about other things, and like is clearly emotional when Misha looks at them. They shrug.
And then looks at Current. What's on Current's face?
Current is giving this look like, look, if Adriel does not lay you out, I am coming in for a second.
Oh shit! Okay. Okay, but I will say this much: when you are this close to him, Adriel, there is no pink.
Okay. Cool.
There's no Ilya's mark here.
Awesome. Perfect. Great. Can I do like an insight check just to see if he's like hurt or anything? Okay, great. Because she doesn't want to fight him, but like she's pissed.
Yeah, I want to say something when Adriel has a
19.
done.
19.
Woo boy! Okay, so this insight's gonna tell you two things. One, all Misha has to say is, Adriel, and you realize that it's actually them. It's a very clear giveaway. You're like, okay, that's you. Not like some sort of imposter or anything. You're like, oh, that's my person. And the second thing is they seem great. They seem like we're doing wonderful. And they say, I didn't think you would find out.
What? Because I don't know who you are or how you operate? Is that it? Or did you think that you could come down here and not give us a Feywild expert and that we would all have to learn how to fend for ourselves, Misha? Or maybe, just maybe, you think that you're the savior that you're not. You can't protect us. And she starts crying. She's like crying and sobbing in the front of the blushing pair.
Yeah, so Misha's hands like come up to like grab your face, and their thumbs begin like wiping away at the tears pretty immediately. And Misha's like, no, Adri, please, did something happen?
Misha, why am I down here? If you're also down here? If I came down here to protect your chances at the throne, and you die, why the fuck am I down here?
You're
At
down
least
here
on
because
Kurthis.
I'm a coward, Andriel, and I'm so sorry for that.
At least on Kurthis you were safe. Or as safe as you could be, Misha.
This
And at
isn't about
least-
my safety, Adriel.
It is about your safety, Misha. Why the fuck else would I be down here?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, for a dungeon master, did you just scream Misha in outside?
Ooh. I think she would have screamed Julian. I think she would have enough sense to scream Julian.
Okay, continue.
She goes to scream Misha and then goes, Julian, why the fuck am I down here? At least on Kurthus you were safe. And at least the person I knew on Kurthus wasn't mean for sport. And she shoulder checks them into the wall and walks inside.
You go to walk inside and Misha holds out their hand in front of the door and they say, make no mistake, Adriel, you can hate me by the time this is all done. I don't care. As long as you're alive, I'll have done my job right.
You know what they say in the wilds, Julian? Heartsick will kill you faster than any fae. And guess who's fucking heartsick knowing that you're down here and could die at any second? Me.
Then go home.
No. You go home like you were supposed to be. You go home, swap with Julian, and send Julian instead.
I will not. Julian is one of my best friends. I will not sign your death warrant and then send my best friend after you. I won't do that.
You could have said no.
I am here to
Misha.
convince you to go home or make sure you come home safe and successful. That's it.
It's too late. Misha.
How? How is it too late? Tell me.
Oh, I don't know. A guild master wants us to be a part of their guild. Or, I don't know.
So, I walk you outside, we get on the ship, and you go home.
Oh, and the assassins find our ship and kill us before we even have chance to fly up to Kurthus?
I can get us out of here safe.
Oh, is that a new skill that you've acquired?
You don't know my skill, Adriel. Do not pretend to know me fully. I do not pretend to know you fully.
If you knew me fully, you wouldn't have come down here. I would not have wished that on you.
I did not come down here because you wanted me to. I was fully aware that you did not want me to, or else I would have told you.
Adriel kind of like lets that hit her for a second.
I can't sit in that fucking throne room while you die. Like my parents sat there in a fucking throne room while Gideon's parents died. That will not be me.
And I wish you would have offered yourself up at the start, Misha. I wish you would have said, hey, Adriel, I'll be on your team. You don't have to say goodbye to me. Hey, Adriel, I know that you feel for me. Hey, Adriel, let's leave the crown and Kurthus behind. I don't want to have to kill someone a second time while being fearful that you are going to breathe your last breath. I would rather die than have that happen to me again. Do you know what happened that night, Misha? And Adriel will take a step back. Do you know what happened that night, Misha? The night that I saved you? And she looks at them. I left you in the arms of the guards. I walked in screaming and crying your name, holding your unconscious body, passed you off to your parents, went upstairs to Gideon's room and collapsed on her floor. Minutes blurred into hours, Misha, until a guard came sending for me because Nakata wanted to see me. I thought that the person that I had fallen in love with and didn't know about it had died. That pain is a pain that I do not wish on my worst enemy. And so when you are saying that you are coming down here to protect me, I wish you either would have A, chosen it from the beginning and said that you were coming down here, or B, not come down at all.
This isn't a matter of feeling. This isn't a matter of emotion. This isn't a matter of love. Adriel Hollowtide, I owe you a life debt, and I will see it paid.
Do you want to pay me back, Misha? For the life debt? Go home. That is how you can repay me. Go home.
Fine. If you will not have me, then I will go to the temple and retrieve the prophecy myself.
That's not what
And then you'll have
that's
nothing left to
not
do then,
what
go
I
home.
said. That's not, you're not listening.
I hear every word you say, Adriel.
Are you processing it?
Absolutely. What you are failing to understand is that it was my mistake that I said your name. I am sorry that I have been nothing but mistakes until now.
Adriel lets out a little laugh. You cannot go to the temple to retrieve that by yourself. That's just, it's not an option. You going into the wilds by yourself is not an option. It's a fucking miracle that you're standing in front of us in one piece. Adriel leans closer and like whispers, Asarov luck, I guess. If you and I, on this trip, have to not speak to each other outside of business negotiations, that's fine. But what you're not gonna do is sit here and tell me that you're gonna go off on your own as if that's not gonna fuck me up and fuck everyone else up in the process. Yes, feelings don't matter. Whatever.
What, I should stay here and have knives held to my throat, Adriel? If that not had been me, that would have been Julian. The nicest man I've ever met. You brought an assassin on this job.
Yeah, maybe that could have been your spot, Misha.
I don't want it.
Then go home. And by home, I mean to Kurthus. I'm sorry for holding a knife to your throat.
I understand who you think me to be.
You
I
tell
understand
me,
you prefer me to not be here, and I will not begrudge you of that.
Misha, you tell me this. Would you be nice to someone who was nothing but cruel and mean to you for 4 days straight? Would you take them at their word? Give them the benefit of the doubt for the 4 days that you were Julian on the ship? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You made me feel so small and belittled and infantilized in a way that I fucking despise, Misha. How else am I supposed to take up the role of champion if all you've done is tell me that I can't?
Because you can't, Adriel.
Then why choose me? Why say?
Because I panicked.
And you should have said, you should have gone to the throne room and said, no, I don't want to send them. Or if I am going to send them, I'm going with them. With your whole chest, Misha.
If I were to do the right thing, I would have stood there and said, I am a ruler. I will go on this journey to lead my people to the future. That is what I would have said. That is what I should have said. I did not say that. I said your name, a person who has lost enough to the crown already. No?
Jo wipes at her eyes, looks back at Gideon, says, yeah, I have lost enough to the crown.
Then go home.
You don't tell me what to do. You are in no position to tell me what to do, and quite frankly, I don't give a single fuck about your opinion right now. And she is shaking and not having a good time, besties. She'll kind of stumble back a little bit. And another like sob will come up for her, and she'll try and swallow it and push it back down. There are like more tears. She kind of like coughs for a second. If you truly thought I wish that you knew that I wish that you believed in me more, Misha. And if you think that I'm not powerful enough to do this, I'll find a way to be powerful enough to do it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You hate me.
I don't hate you.
You've seen all the mistakes I've made. You know I'd make a bad ruler.
I don't hate you.
So it's not for love, it's not for honor, it's not for the crown.
It's for me, Misha.
Why would you risk your life like this? Go home. Take your people home. Why would you let your people die for me? It makes no sense. It just doesn't make sense.
There's no way for us to get back up from the ground, Misha, without having to have a fight anyway.
That's not true. I will give you the name of one of our agri-ships who I know for a fact will keep you there for as long as you need until someone else is successful.
I don't want that, Misha. I don't want that. I'm not a coward, Misha. I don't want that. And she'll say
I wish you were.
Then guess what?
Can you be a coward once? Go home safe. Don't stop an assassin from trying to kill me. Stop intervening. I'm sorry for nominating you. I am. It's the biggest mistake I have ever made. I don't want you to die. That's it. That's all. Go anywhere else. Love anyone else.
If you thought that I was going to be a docile queen on the throne next to you in the future, Misha, you're wrong. If you thought that maybe there was a reality in which
Is that how you think of me?
No, but that's what you think of me based on what you're telling me.
You're my mother's child?
You're not proving me otherwise right now, Misha. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Fuck this.
What, you're gonna run away again? Because that's that's gonna solve your problems. You're gonna run away and try and do it on your own.
I was successful. I got Ilya's mark off of me.
How? How, Misha?
I don't want to tell you.
Fine. Don't tell me. Congrats.
I'll be here until my life debt is paid, and I will leave.
Your debt is paid. You can leave.
You're not the arbiter of that truth.
I am. If the debt is to me, I am the arbiter. I'm the one who signs the checks.
It's a debt to God, and I will not see it unpaid.
Oh, would you like... We can go do some divination in the stars if you want.
No. I came out here Never mind.
What, Misha?
Never mind.
Okay.
I'll be on the ship. I'll be on the ship.
Adri does not go after them.
I think Gideon does very quickly.
I will say before we cut to that scene that Current will see Adriel completely break and attempt to run into Blushing Pear.
Yeah, you go into Blushing Pear. Winona, can you just tell me what like an hour into the festivities looks like between Winona and the Derby team?
Give me a second after that scene. Not to throw the mood off completely, but I feel like an hour into this, Winona and everybody else is probably pretty turned up. All just sitting at the table, and I'm just kind of soaking in all of the things that they all have to say. And we're just having a great time. I kind of forgot that I just got thrown to random people by Gemma about an hour ago. I'm having a great time.
No, you feel like that's the thing is like it genuinely. This is the closest to like the weeds it's ever like felt outside of the weeds, right?
Yeah.
The very like family, like
Mhm.
community oriented like vibe, you know, is more present here than anywhere else you've seen so far. And so they're just like having a blast with you. They made you get up at one point and sing like a Kurthis nursery rhyme because they wanted to hear one. And so,
Oh my god.
I don't know how Winona dealt with that. Probably not well. But so yeah, so you're just sitting in the table, just okay, yeah. So I don't think you even noticed the two of them entering, but I think that Current and Adriel, you do see that as you enter the Blushing Pear.
Adri tries to go for the stairs.
Yeah, you're completely within license to. Current, what are you doing?
I think Current will attempt to go towards Adriel, if only to like wanting to give Adriel space, but also making sure that Adriel wants space.
Adri will wrap her arms, like she's so thankful that the music is loud in here, because she wraps her arms around Current and buries her face in Current's neck and just sobs, like violently.
I think Current's gonna just take their hands around and embrace Adriel and just hug them very tight and just
Sorry, the cats are
allow
fighting.
them and just allow them the space to cry.
Sorry, I'm listening. They're just being rowdy. Stop it!
They know it's rowdy hours.
It's Adriel's two brain cells of wanting to forgive Misha and hating them at the same time. Adri like clutches at Current's like shirt, and her fists are balled up and the knuckles are white. as she has these like heaving sobs.
Sorry, are you like on the stairs? Are
Like,
you on the
she's
balcony?
trying.
Where are you crying in this
We're
club?
on the balcony. We're on the balcony. We're on the balcony.
We're
Okay,
crying in the
thank
club,
you.
besties. We're there.
Thanks
Tears
for
in the
clarifying,
club.
bestie.
And a current will just kind of softly say, "I know, and I'm so sorry."
I'm so fucking mad. Current. And she'll like pull away a little bit as like the sobs begin to subside, and like look at Current, and like the tears are not stopping, they're just continuing as she's like kind of trembling.
And current will kind of reach up to gently, even though lots of tears flowing, just gently kind of reach and wipe them with their thumbs, and she'll just go, "This was never any of your fault, and like I said before we even left Girthis,
I feel
you
like
never
it's
asked
my
for any
fault.
of this."
They made it feel like it's my fault for not wanting to go home. Current. Is
You're
it wrong
here.
of me for not wanting to go home? Is it wrong of me for us to finish what we started? I'm not a coward, Current.
You're
I know
not.
that I'm like quiet and shy, and I like would rather read books than fight. But I'm not a coward. I've never stepped down from a fight, even if I didn't want to fight.
Adri, if you want to go home, that doesn't make you a coward. And if you want to stay, that doesn't make you not a coward. None of it makes it a difference either way. If you want to stay, if you want to finish this, then we stay. I'm not here for the crown. I'm not here for a prophecy. I'm here for the family that I have left. So you tell us what you want,
I don't know.
and
what
I'll
I
follow
want.
your lead.
I
and
thought
that's
I knew what I
okay.
wanted. I thought I knew what I wanted, and now I don't anymore.
Do you want to go home?
No. To what, Current? Home to what? My parents, who very actively suck with no glory to show them, so that maybe, just maybe, they would care for a little bit. To what, the crown? So that I can keep learning what they know about Aasimar without them telling me the actual truth of what Aasimar can do? To learn magic under them, the only magic that they deem as valuable and holy.
If finishing this, if staying down here means finding answers, I don't see a reason to go back. Not right now.
Current, what do you want to do tomorrow with Simpira's offer?
I don't know. But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't an intriguing offer. I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't more than anything I felt I've been offered within those walls in Kurthis. Simpira offered me more information about myself and my family than the crown has ever willingly offered up.
Maybe we should talk to Brian.
I think so.
Well, there's only one place Brian could be.
The
Hey,
room.
Brian, I got a question for you. An hour after I left you, what's going on with Brian? And right now, is Gemma still there? Is Gemma gone? Is Gemma clothed? Tell me all these things.
Gemma said she was never touching Brian again, so I think that's
Yes,
a
she
Gemma
did.
decision.
Ooh,
I think they actually are probably okay in the room. I know there's 2 beds.
yes.
Is there some kind of like, you know how hotel rooms always have those little like weird little like console tables against the wall? Is there one of those in this room?
Yeah, so this is actually, so that third bed, there's like a painting right above it. This third bed right here. You can
Okay.
actually fold the painting down above that bed to create a desk.
Beautiful. Okay, so I think an hour after Gemma proposed this mildly bananas plan,
Yes.
they've taken the blueprints and they've started to sketch out an actual plan for how they're going to steal both the card and the map from the vault. Is it a safe or is it a vault?
It's a vault. Yeah,
Okay, I just
so
wanna make sure I'm using the
current
right term.
Kern and Adriel, when the two of you walk in, you hear, no, I'm the lipstick. The eyeliner is Gideon. So you walk in there, and they have these little like things out to represent each person. So that is what is being arranged on the table as Brian and not as
Yes, Brian.
Adriel and Current enter the room.
Adriel is still like the remnants of crying, so she like sniffles and like wipes at her eyes because she didn't think Gemma was gonna be in here.
Brian's gonna look up when y'all enter into the room and go, how do you 2 feel about a heist?
But like a sexy one. Gemma doesn't look up. Gemma hasn't seen that you're crying.
Adriel looks at Current.
Did we miss something?
A
A heist for what,
You're
Brian?
alive. Welcome back. I'm glad that you made it out of that. Where's Gideon?
With Julian.
Julian is back.
Mm-hmm.
Did he tell you where he went?
No. He doesn't have the
Okay.
mark, though.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Well, Mark.
Don't worry about it. All right. We'll unpack that in a minute. So Gemma
Mm-hmm.
and I are working on a plan to get us the map without anybody having to sell their souls or whatever Simpira wants from everybody.
Oh, great, because I can
I'm
tell
sure it's
you
not
the offer
good.
that she made us for the map, so I'm sure that the heist
Made
is
you-
much safer.
Oh my God,
An offer?
great.
What was the
Yeah.
offer?
We joined the guild.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Joined the guild. Did you join the guild?
No.
No.
I negotiated to give her an answer in the morning.
Oh my fucking god. Give me
You're in
nearly
the
a heart
guild. You
attack.
can't.
Yes!
I'm going
Which
to
means
say
I
no.
understand how
I'm
important a decision like that is. Oh my
I'm going
god.
to say no. Calm down. She's still like wiping at her eyes and her makeup.
It did
crying? What's
feel
wrong?
like less
worry
of an
about it.
option.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Nothing
scary-
feels
yeah.
like an option with Cynthia.
We have an option though, which is why I need to know how you feel about a heist.
How? Okay.
Have you ever stolen anything in your lives, like small chapsticks from a
no.
corner store? Or...
What is a chapstick? What are you talking about?
You don't use chapstick?
I don't know what that is.
Adriel goes to her bag. And, like,
Why did
rifles
she
through.
even date you?
We are not talking about that right now. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's so darling.
Why do you keep bringing her up? Can we just like for like
Oh,
10
are you bringing up
minutes?
Brian's? Are you bringing up Ystera?
Oh my
Yes.
Okay.
god. I need
Yeah.
everybody to
Can't
not
believe
talk about
Knew her for years, didn't tell me.
Oh,
I guess we all have our secrets.
I guess so.
Don't we?
I'm done with this. So
Okay, so about a heist. I don't have any skills that are applicable to a heist, so how can I help you?
Remind me, what skills did you bring on this journey that are applicable?
I
Oh
am
my
the only
God.
one in our party that can do healing magic, Gemma. Besides,
No,
I think Karen can do a
Mara
little
can.
bit.
She's on the fucking boat, and that's what usually happens with healers, right? They stay on the fucking boat.
Yeah, but I'm here, so
Okay, but
You're
you don't have to do
here,
stuff that's
so-
not healing then.
I have other stuff. I have other spells.
You didn't fucking bring it up, did you? You just said, "Mom,
I'm
yeah,
sorry. My mind is preoccupied,
she's
and
like,
I've been
"Fine."
crying. Give me 5 minutes, Gemma. And she's like never.
Why
raised
were
her
you
voice.
crying? What
Don't
happened?
worry about it. She's never.
I'm
raised-
worried about it. Why
No,
were you
Kira might be
crying?
fine.
Kira makes a lot of people cry.
Some Kira didn't make
She's
me cry.
like you.
It's fine. I hate men. It's fine.
Well, men are terrible, so that makes sense.
Yes.
Why
The
would
men
you
in
talk to
Carolina
one?
Are you talking to?
Oh, I'm sorry that Julian was outside of the pub and made me cry. It's fine.
Julian made you cry?
We could just kick him out. It's not.
Gemma,
that
give me back my
important, right?
knife right now.
Oh no!
I'm telling
Brian,
you,
no.
I don't know where
Brian,
your
we
fucking
talked about
knife is.
this.
I probably gave
Brian
it to
can't
him.
have any more
No,
knives
okay.
right now.
You are more sentimental than you let people believe, Gemma. I don't believe that you lost that knife for a goddamn second. Second of all, if Julian needs his fucking kneecaps removed, I will do that for
No.
you.
No, we talked about this. No more knives to Julian.
I don't need knives to remove his kneecaps. I can
No
use something
removing
else.
No.
Kneecaps. We are not harming Julian, please.
Yeah, not before I get like a small taste, right?
Oh my god,
It'll
stop
be
it.
rancid, Gemma. You don't want it.
Stop it. I'm gonna spray
but he's
you with a fucking
small.
bottle.
So
Stop.
are
Small and a
you.
tiefling. You
You're-
don't understand. That's like my type.
Yeah, you're everyone's
Messy
type,
and
so
dumb.
I get
Like that's
it.
my like messy and a little bit
Excuse me?
feral. That's my
I'm neither a
type.
tiefling nor am I messy. What?
Oh, honey.
It's really very noise.
Everyone just looks at you in unison, like, oh.
Brian looks around for a second and then just goes, anyway, a heist. Adriel,
Yes,
Gemma gave you a knife, yes?
yes.
Okay, we're gonna teach you how to use that. Can you be sneaky, do you think? Is that like
Did
a
you already
thing?
use it before the heist?
What?
Keep going.
Wait,
You know
Gemma, what
keep
did you
going.
say?
Nothing. All right. We're good.
No, I literally didn't hear you. What
Yeah, I
did you
didn't hear
say?
what you said.
Oh, sorry. I said you're gonna teach her how to use the knife before the heist.
You said it yourself. We're here for a week. When's
I've
the
u-
most opportune time for us to break into the fucking vault during the goddamn wedding?
I
My
can
life
use a
is
knife.
a joke.
I
It's a
can-
joke. My
At
life
least
is
we
a
agree
joke.
on that.
I can use a knife. I've killed someone before with a knife. I can use a knife.
Yeah, Brian. She's killed one person with a knife before.
That's
That
more
was
than
under
anyone else in my
duress. It
party
doesn't
besides
count.
Brian.
You're right. That's the most out of everyone in the party, Brian, except for you, of course.
I'm
You gotta
sorry.
put some
Do you
respect
two?
on that.
I'm sorry. Do you two want to go on this heist by yourselves?
That's what I'm saying. We need backup.
Skilled backup. So, what skills are you bringing to the table?
What skills do you need, Gemma? Adriel's so like frustrated
Did
with
you
how
just
today
say
is
that?
going.
Wait, back up. Simpure wants you to join the guild?
Yes. What?
She
No.
doesn't have to actually join the guild, Gemma.
If I have the mark, then it's joining the guild, right? And she looks at
Isn't
Gemma.
there some way that we can like make a fake one, like a temporary tattoo? A fake one, a glamour? How does
Fidelity is
magic work?
Not like that.
a dark sort of like energy falls over Gemma in this moment. Fidelity is a forever thing, Brian. It's not a joke.
Okay, we'll scratch that plan. So
Oh, she also has a vial of Gideon's blood.
she has a what?
She has a vial of Gideon's blood, Adriel will say as she's taking off her breastplate.
That's how we got to leave with the
You
not
let her
making
take a vial
decision.
of Gideon's blood?
We didn't know it was happening until Gideon was already gone. Oh, also Gideon knows. Adriel will sit on it because she doesn't know if we can tell Nakia this.
Gemma?
this. Yeah.
Adriel knows what?
Maybe not. Maybe
I would like
not.
to roll in
You don't have to
Roll
roll
whatever.
it. You don't have to roll an insight check.
You incite this.
Do I have spells?
Well, that's a 4.
Oh, great.
Great job, bud.
Adriel's fine. Adriel doesn't have
killing
anything.
You are too flustered to have any particularly skilled insight this evening, Brian.
What? A vial of Gideon's blood?
Yeah.
That's not.
For what purpose?
I don't know.
I
Adriel
that's
looks
probably
at
not
Kurt.
good.
Done that. I genuinely can't think of a time she's asked for that.
That's great.
That's
That's great. That's
reassuring.
very encouraging. Okay, lovely.
You can turn into a sky shark. You're also a druid. How can druids help on this heist, Gemma?
I can turn into a shark, and I got real quiet shoes.
That's
Real
right.
quiet.
So here's the thing. Wait. This would be much better if can Gideon like come up here?
We cut now
Okay.
to Gideon, you are chasing after Misha. Misha as Julian do got long legs though. And so it is a little tough to keep up. We pass through the tourism district, up the stairs. The gates are just closing for the night. And it's pouring rain. And Misha runs out into the rain. Do you follow them?
Yeah.
Okay. Gideon, you run out into the night, the doors shutting behind you. You don't know how you'll get back in. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, they ran out past the gate? Well,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
sure. I didn't realize that, but it's fine.
I'll have to figure out someone to talk to. Then, like, you can tell that, like, everyone's pretty much, like, out of Dodge because it's raining super hard. And it's also nighttime. So, like, no one really has reasons to be out here in, like, the exposed, like, wild air. But they're running through what was previously like super busy to you, like this little like marketplace, like, you know, but like dock marketing, right? So there are a bunch of like stalls, right? Like very like coming and going, like, you know, but that's like abandoned, right? So, but it's all just tight, empty infrastructure you're surrounded by, and just pouring rain. You step outside and it's done, right? Like you're soaked immediately. And they are so like in their own thing that I don't think they realize that you are behind them.
Hey! He literally just yells after them. Hey!
Yeah, you say, hey! And Misha whips back around. Even with the face of Julian, you can see that they have been crying. I probably don't think that's as far as for you. But Misha turns around and says, you should be inside, Gideon.
I'll get back in. I was trying to catch up to you, but you're very fast, surprisingly. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to keep her alive. That is it. That's all.
Gideon steps forward and just pulls Misha into a really big hug for the literal first time in their lives.
I just so many good things have died for the crown, Gideon, and it can't be her. It just can't.
It won't be. Okay? Okay? It's gonna be okay. Okay? I promise. Hey, and they like pull back and they cut Misha's face. They go, I promise. We're all gonna be fine. It's my fault that went down so badly. I'm sorry everyone was mad at me, which I'm used to, but not from them, and I snapped and I told them, and I'm sorry.
It's not you. You would... Gideon Osmond... If I had let myself fall in love with that girl, You know you would be dead right now, right?
What do you mean?
I could tell her sights were already on you. And it was perfect in her mind. And she just doesn't let people interrupt that, Gideon.
The Queen? She'd do that to Alan? After everything? After my parents already died for her? I guess me too.
That's why I stopped talking to her.
That's fucked, Misha. Your parents are fucked. You're not. I never thought you were. You always
I
seem
know.
nice.
I know I am. The crown is akin to devastation. I understand. Gideon, why do you think I am so okay with my life being on the line?
Well, that's why we have to make sure you're the one who comes back, right? Because I know if you're in charge, nothing like that would happen. If I was in charge, nothing like that would happen. Royalty's a joke. This is all a joke.
We're not ready for this.
No. But we have
She thinks
to be.
she's ready for this. Like, me alleging unpreparedness is a mark on her personal record, but I don't need a soldier. This world doesn't need another soldier. It would be okay if she wasn't enough for this, because this is death and dying.
People make lives in the wilds. We don't have to go back if we don't want to. We can make a life here. You would never have to be a royal again. We wouldn't have to do anything for the crown. We can just do whatever we want. Alan is back on Kurthus.
My siblings are there. My brother and my sister, they... my parents are another story, but my siblings, they are good. They are honest goodness.
Then we have to change it. If we can't abandon it, we have to fix it. Which means we don't get to just quit now that we're here, right? I literally can't. A Gorgon has a vial of my blood. I don't know what that means. I don't think I could leave the city if I wanted.
What? I've been gone for like 8 hours. A Gorgon lady has your
Yes.
blood?
Yes. We had to go to a guild, and then Brine lost it and had to be taken out. Winona went after her, and then no one wanted to go in the elevator, so I did, and I went down there alone. By myself. And then eventually, Curran and Adriel came, but we were missing half of us, and I had to give something up so we wouldn't get killed. So I just keep giving and doing what no one else is willing to do. No one was talking, and we didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say. We've been in Terrapine like half a day, and I already feel like I have like 10 debts here, and I can't leave. And the worst part is I was thinking Misha would have gotten in the elevator, because it makes sense, but you weren't there.
Did they tell you why I left?
No.
I thought I thought I knew them, Gideon. That bird that I struck down, it was a seeing songbird. That bird can leave marks on people through their eyes, and then the dynasty can see through them. Ilya's dynasty, one of the 5 Fey dynasties.
Right.
Do you know where that mark went when it first landed, Gideon?
This makes sense with the sunglasses now. Yes. Me?
I tried to tell you because I felt you deserved to know. And Brian and Adriel held a dagger to me. I just don't. I don't understand what's happening.
Even the people who say they trust me don't, and think the worst of me, and can't give me information. But you do, somehow, so thank you. And
Tell them to let me stay then, Gideon.
I will when they cool off. I wanted to make sure you weren't going off into the wilds again, because when I was scared when I didn't know where you were. I didn't know what had happened to you. It was my job to keep you safe, and I fucked it up like immediately.
It's not your job to keep me safe, Gideon.
Yes, it's everyone's job to keep each other safe.
You hold your hands up, and they catch your palm with this wound over it. And they reach out and softly take your hand, and they say, is this the mark?
Yeah, that's what yeah. Yeah.
You see Misha speak in the same language that Adriel uses when she's casting her spells, but it sounds like a bit clunkier and a bit more like a second tongue, as Misha's clearly trying this spell out for one of the first times, and very focusedly says the words, and then runs their thumb down the wound, and you watch it slowly close and heal. I think I could do a better job of keeping you all alive than Julian can.
I believe you. I think you care a bit more, to be honest. Was that you at the breakfast?
What
Or was
breakfast?
that Julian? When we left?
Oh, no, that was Julian. I was packing.
Yeah.
You should get out of the rain. Come here. And Misha kind of pulls you underneath one of the awnings. Do you trust everyone on that ship?
Most. Not everyone.
Who don't you trust?
Luceau? Is a pirate captain named Goldeneye? I don't know what that means. You knew that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I trust Gemma. Not a lot, but enough. I haven't given Luceau a fair shot yet. I don't know if I can afford to, but I don't know. Maybe trusting people is what will get me killed, but I can't help but do it a little bit.
And Winona, do you find her capable?
Winona? Yeah. Winona whips ass. Incredibly hard. I feel like you'd get along.
I just want to repay my life debt, Gideon. I won't let the crown turn me into something that I'm not.
Okay. I'll make sure you keep that promise. But quit talking about life debts around Adriel. I don't think they ever wanted you to repay that. You don't need to. But I get it. In a way, I guess.
The only time she's ever killed has been for me. And that means that if I ever came into her life, she would not have blood-stained hands.
You don't know that.
Do you think this is her dream?
No, this is no one's dream. Especially you. Listen, we're here. And you blaming yourself and making it about you isn't helping anyone. Including you. Okay? So let's just get our head out of our asses and just do it. And just do the job. Whatever that looks like. And quit blaming ourselves and acting like we all have to die for each other. Because the wilds will do that for us. So we just have to keep our head on straight. Does that make sense?
It's fine, Gideon. I just have one ask.
What?
You pick her.
Okay. Okay.
She loves you.
She loves you. Kind of an awkward spot to be in.
Don't you also have a girlfriend?
I don't know. I mean, Brian has like an ex-fiance that showed up. It seems to be super... There's a whole lot. How about...
A lot has happened in 8 hours.
Yeah, let's get back in the city and I'll tell you about all the weird shit and maybe I'll get you a divorce cake on the way. That's a Terrapine special. I will get you a cake and we can just talk about other people's problems for a little bit. Does that sound nice?
Yeah.
Gideon, like, kind of suddenly pulls him in for, like, one last hug.
They hug you back. You can do the thing where you can tell that they've kind of, like, laid their head on your head. And the two of you are in this embrace for a long moment. And we cut now to the Hawkmongress Guild Hall. This guild hall being the much beloved epicenter of some of the best adventurers to ever exist post the wilds. It is raucous no matter what hour of the day it is. It's filled like it's daytime. Everyone is kind of like screaming, laughing, and just fucking around. It's a bit quieter on the second floor. This second floor is home to S-Class guild members, right? So you have to be good to get up here. Only a few are. Among those few is a very much still awake Morrow Graham, sort of haughtily stepping up the stairs. She walked in, and someone was like, "Hey, Morrow, is this regular?" And then Morrow was like, "No, whiskey." And then the bartender was like, "Okay." Was sort of the energy. And Morrow grabs this whiskey and kind of trudges up the stairs. Their shoulders are a little heavy. She's not looking happy. And as she reaches the top, she immediately notices, standing in front of the board, this equally tall, is very like tall lads only in this group, Air Genasi man. This wisp of cloud as sort of the pompadour for his hair, this sort of light blue skin, very sharp like jaw, and he's looking at all of the quests on the S tier board, and he's looking around and doesn't even like turn back to look at Mara and says, "Mara, love, my sweet lovebird, excited for your wedding?" Mara says, "Yes, I'm just tired." Mara just downs the drink and then just lays down on the couch, kind of like this. It's a large couch. And this man is still looking and says, "Well, what's taking away the honeymoon energy? How can I help you, darling?" And Mara says, "Ystera's fucking ex showed up today. Landed today in the nicest ship anyone in Terrapine has seen in the last 100 years. Writes a letter to her, says, if there's anything we still have, meet me at the Blushing Pear at midnight." And that's it. That's like all that's in the letter. It goes off, and then I'm in and then this like sort of animated retelling. It's just like, and then she then told me to go take them to Simpira. Why didn't she just tell them to leave the city? Or anything but further entrench her ex into whatever she's doing in that guild, where we're in the middle of trying to get her out of it. And Cecilius, which is his name, sort of smiles and says, "Yes, speaking of that," pulls down this quest and turns it to Morrow. And it says, "Wanted." Here's a picture. Fig Glass Industries airship. Reward 1 million gold. See, I have an idea, sweet Morrow. We're gonna steal both of the airships. One for the money, one for us. Kurthus can make more. They're dripping in funds. And Mara is like, no, they're falling apart as is. We can't do that. That's signing their death warrant. Uh, and no, it's not. They'll be sad for 3 weeks and then buy a new airship. We can even surprisingly help them on a quest to find like a few 100,000 gold and get them a new one. They'll be fine. But if we have the 1 million gold from the reward and a whole nice ship, we're out of here. And Caecilius sort of like lowers his voice as he's like speaking about this. He's like, we're out. That ship can sustain us for the rest of our lives, us and the people we care about. We don't have to live under anyone's thumb anymore, and we don't have to constantly watch our backs. When are we going to get another chance like this? I understand that they might be good people, but we are too. And we'll help them. In fact, we'll even do them a favor by saving them from Simpira. God knows she's going to eat them alive. Maros kind of nods. They'll still be better for having met us anyways. We just get to make a life, Morrow. If you keep Ystera in this shitty, she's going to die. Morrow sits up at this point and says, don't say that about her. And he says, oh, I know I'm right. You've been seeing it too. You know it's getting worse. You don't have very long. And Morrow says, no, it has to be willing. Sigh, it has to be willing or else it doesn't even work. And I know Ystera would never do that, so it's fine. Cecilia sort of shakes his head and says, you're a fool if you think that. And I know you're a fool in love. But Hawkmongress doesn't suffer fools. And you and I both know that Ystera's ex, Belia, you just have to say her name when Ystera's drunk and she cries. You think that Simpira's not going to use this as a killing blow? Mara kind of puts their head in her hands. She says, she doesn't love her anymore. I know that. Sai says, no. She might not, but I'm sure she still loves the idea of her. I love Ystera. We know that's who we're dealing with. I know she loves you. She loves you to the end of the world. She would die for you in an instant. I also know that she is a romantic. And if Belia's in Sapira's sight lines, Ystera's going to do a lot to get her out of there. We steal the ship. Ystera's gone. And Brian's going to have to chase us anyways. Two birds, one stone. And Mara sort of like builds up a little bit in that. And I think that only the audience can see that there's just for a second the softest glimmer of gold in their eyes before Morrow stands up and just rips this paper out of size drip and says, no, we're good people. Damn it, I'm not going to do this. I am using my power as an S-tier guild member to waive this quest. Once every 5 years, I kill it. If any member of Hawkmonk Breast goes after it, they are a member no longer. That is my say, and I am enacting the right. And when the word right happens, there is a shake, a pulse in the air. And the guild paper turns to dust.